Good morning and welcome here to Oakamoor Cricket Club. It's absolutely beautiful setting here, surrounded by trees. We've got the beautiful clubhouse in the background. We're here in the heart of Staffordshire. Just a couple miles up the road is Alton Towers. But all the fun and games are going to be happening here today as we look forward to the Chairman's 11 versus Australia. Join us live at 12 o'clock. Good morning, you join me here out at the wicket with Martin Wolfe. He's the head groundsman here at Oakamoor Cricket Club. We've lost Rash this morning to do our pitch report, so as I know nothing about cricket wickets, we're going to rely on Martin. Good morning, Martin.
Good morning, how are you, Matt?
Yeah, good man. So what are you expecting from this pitch today?
Well, it'll be a little bit slow because we haven't had any rain for about 8 weeks. Should be a little bit in it for everyone. It should become a consistent bounce. It might turn later on. So it's should be okay. Yeah.
Are we talking a batting wicket or bowling wicket?
Oh, you're always a batting wicket down here.
Is it? So if you're skipper, you're batting first or second?
I'm batting first all the time.
So there we go. We'll see what the skippers do. If Martin's picking, he's batting first. Welcome and morning to Oakamoor Cricket Club. That was a nice little chat with Martin Wolfe, the head groundsman. And cricketing gods have shone on us because Rash Mahmood is actually here. He's made the journey from the depths of Sheffield and he's going to be bringing us the toss live. You can see him wandering out there on your camera any minute now.
Well, out in the middle, beautiful day here at Oakamoor, and with the two skippers. To my right, Nigel Moore, and to my left, Peter Judd. I'm going to turn to you first, Peter. Nice to see you. Good couple of days off, rest the weary bones. Lovely time down at Stratford. Beautiful day, beautiful pitch.
The last few days have just been perfect for us. We needed a bit of a breather, and to get that weather and that location was just sublime. So, yeah, it's fantastic.
Good out. Great batting track here today, and you won the toss, and you're going to make hay like you did at Loughborough.
Yeah, like at Loughborough, I'm not sure about Fairburn, but we'll give this one a go and hopefully set a good score for Nigel's lads to try and chase down.
Super stuff. Peter, I'll let you go off and see the rest of the team. Good luck.
Thanks, cheers.
Turning to my right now, Nigel Moore. Nigel, listen, over and above everything else, what's it like captaining a side against Australia? It is the chairman's 11, so many congratulations. Proud day for you and your family.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, when Dave asked me back in March, April to do it, there was no hesitation. Yeah, I'd love to do it. Be a great honour, and it is. So yeah, to skip a side and a good side, I think we've got a chance. You know, we're gonna. I've just said to the lads, come on, we can beat these guys. We may not, but we're going to give it a good go.
And that's exactly what I want to hear. They're going to be batting on this. It's a belter of a track, this, Nigel. I mean, the weather's going to be hot. You're going to have to go some to stop this very, very powerful Australian lineup. But like you say, you've seen it close quarters. You can get at them.
Yeah, we can get at them, and I've got good bowling attack, some good seamers. So let's see what we can do, and let's get amongst them and stop them going off and retiring at 35 or whatever. So.
Super stuff. No, thank you for your time. Good luck to you and the boys. There's a view from the two skippers out in the middle here. Oakamoor plays you to start at 12:30. Oh, this is a belter of a track. Oh, 20 past. Just been told by Nigel Moore it's going to be 20 past. So join us for the live stream and ball by ball commentary with myself, Rash Mahmood, and my co-commentator today, Matt Evans.
Yes, I do keep a mental log. I won't go quickly. No, because the Aussies are going to bat first. No, the Aussies are going to field first, so that they can chase the bats all afternoon, so it'll be 2 whole things. It was the Aussies fielding first, wasn't it? You hear? I don't know.
He's the data brain. He's the badger.
He's getting help though, I hope.
I tend to do the background stuff. I do the bio stuff. It's picking on me.
Sat behind the vision listening to this.
No, well, nothing's happened at the moment. I'm waiting for the last sort of singing. So I'm just on you because this is the only thing happening. No one anywhere else. Also, you know we don't score good today, so. Yep. I'm scared if we stop playing them, then something's going to happen. But I know. I don't think we could play them just before the break or during drinks. Sorry, say that again. No, don't sack them off. We'll play them during tea. Yes, I think that's fine. We play them at lunchtime. There's some people at the season about the council. But we need a little refresher. I think we'll play it at tea. Take drinks on that break. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Play it after, if you play it after the first innings, it'll give yeah, it'll be fine. I was on your thing, so don't worry about that. But yeah, we'll play captains after the pass. Just those at some time. It makes me a bit nervous.
In the fridge, if there's space.
Are they? Alright. They're going to do a guard of honour, Danny, so we'll get on that.
Pan over to what, sorry? I can't go any more left without getting our action cam pole in. Not yet. Don't cut to me yet. You know I don't like moving my camera.
Come here.
Am I in the action cam shot? Oh, I'm alright here. Right, I'm ready. keep going around.
Okay, we're on this red dot here, Toby.
There you go. And in front of me. All right, well done. Oh, you got me in it, sorry. Sorry.
Not quite so good.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Oakamoor Cricket Club. My name's Rash Mahmood. I'm the commentator for England. Thank you all for coming out today for this fixture. The England Chairman's 11 versus Australia. Wonderful to see all the kids out here. And the two teams lined up in front of you. Now, normally, these guys, certainly in the green jackets, will sing the Australian national anthem. I'm not sure Simon Cowell's going to be knocking on their door. If you have ear defenders, put them in. However, today, and I'm so grateful, we've got a very, very special person who's going to sing both national anthems. So Poppy, she's just behind me here. She's played for Oakamoor for a number of years, and she's currently studying classical singing at the Royal Northern College of Music in Manchester. So, you're in for a treat. So please, if you are able to, be upstanding for the national anthems. And firstly, it's going to be the Australian national anthem. Poppy, over to you.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are young and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gift, our beauty rich and rare. In history's page let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair. God save our gracious King, long live our noble King, God save our King. Send him victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. God save our King.
No, that's it, yeah.
And that was beautiful. Lovely singing from Poppy there, doing both the national anthems here at Oakamoor Cricket Club. Great turnout. We actually had a chance earlier to speak to both captains, and we videoed that for you to enjoy now. We're here at Oakamoor Cricket Club, and joining me is Peter Judd, the Australian skipper for this game. So a strange one, Chairman's 11. What's your thoughts?
Well, we treat it as one of the more important games, slightly above some of the county ones, where we figure if the chairman's put together a group of blokes to play a game, then we'll give it the respect that's due.
You've been out there and had a look at the wicket. What are your initial thoughts?
Initial thoughts, as expected with the weather you've been having and the dryness. I was here 2 years ago on our last tour, and it was much more overcast, cool day. The ground was just lush green, little bit of dampness in the wicket. But this is what I'd expect with the summer you've been having.
You've had a couple of rest days, so the boys must be raring to go.
Yeah, we are actually. We sort of figure that sometimes, getting to the halfway mark of a tour like this, you feel like you're climbing up a hill. Well, we've gone over the top of that halfway mark now, and so we're really hopefully gearing ourselves up for the internationals coming up against England. And before those final three, we've got one against Wales after today's game. So they're all games finished with a lot of importance.
Team news, you've keeping your rotation system up. Who's playing and who's having a rest today?
Yes, we're swapping around 4 again. So Bill Blair has been captain for the last couple. He's having a well-earned rest. Stuart Ridge, Glenn Pearce and Darren Smith, fresh off his 100 last game.
You heard it here from Peter Judd, the Australian captain. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate. Welcome to Oakamoor Cricket Club again, and joining me is Nigel Moore, the captain for the Chairman 11 this morning. How does that work, Nigel?
Well, it works because Dave Murphy, who will be later the chairman of the seniors, England seniors cricket, he rang me in about March and said would I be the captain for his chairman's team, and to play against the Aussies was a great opportunity. So of course I said yes.
And you know some of these guys from playing county cricket. I saw you all shaking hands and swapping stories from days gone by.
So some of them I've played with in county and against in county cricket, Norfolk and Gloucester and other times. Some of the guys I'm meeting for the first time. So we've tried to select. So I've been instrumental in selecting the side as well, and we've tried to select people who are not playing against the Aussies on any other occasion, so it gives them the opportunity, but are also really good cricketers and doing well for their counties. So that's how we've done it.
And you've been fortunate enough to play against the Aussies already in the Lions games. What are you saying to the boys? What are your tips for the guys that haven't faced them already?
Well, just that they're great fun off the pitch, but on the pitch they're pretty ruthless. But I've got a good enough side that I've got hopes today that we'll give them a real good game. And I played in the last 2 Lions games and we got very close to beating them. So today, let's hope we get very close, but just the other way around.
So there you go, a very optimistic England captain. Let's hope we get the win today. Good morning. So that's all the pleasantries out the way. As you can see, the teams are just having their photos taken. We'll take that opportunity to give you some team information. If we can get that up on our screen. There we go. So there's the Chairman's 11. And that is Nigel Moore's the captain today. Warwickshire player. Rob Austin from Gloucestershire. Mo Azam from Warwickshire. Chris Bomer from Northants. Andy Gregory, Norfolk. Ian Golder, Hertfordshire. Anton Luton is from Cornwall. Steve Luffman is from Devon. Jeremy Page is from Bedford. And Hugh Rogers from Cornwall. Graham Taylor, Norfolk. And Duncan Waugh from Warwickshire. That's the Chairman's 11. And Australia today are playing Peter Judd as captain, Graham Pavey, Doug Murphy, Claude Orlando, Peter O'Reilly, John Adamson, Jeff Patterson, Tony Panicasio, Alan Muggleton, Stephen Butler, Terry Becks and Paul Matthews is the side that's going to play today. And alongside me today, due to speculative rumours, is young Rush Mahmood. He's made it from the depths of Sheffield.
Good afternoon, Matt. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you may be. Yes, made it down the motorway. Wonderful set in Oakamoor. Was here twice last year. They really do put on a show and look after us. And as you can see by the pictures previously, school children here and the local juniors. And in a guard of honour, a wonderful national anthem rendition by Poppy. But it should be a good one, this. Absolute belter of a pitch, Matt. Absolutely no excuse as a batsman on here. If you get in, I think you're looking well set. Australia winning the toss and electing to bat. End of a busy week for them though, Matt. 4th game in a week. Started off on Monday with the second one-day international at Fairbairn. And England managed to get on top in that game. And then Wednesday we were there at Loughborough University. A wonderful, wonderful setup. Baking hot day when we saw them pile up 330. And then they played the next day at Stratford against the England Lions. And they looked very, very powerful indeed. Chasing down 266. And today, well, it's a run out for a few players, but as Peter Judd said when we spoke to him at the start of the week, they want to win every game. So there's going to be no let up in performance. Everything looks set fair.
Yeah, I had a chance to chat to Nigel Moore before the game, and it's a lovely setup really. Basically the chairman's 11 has been picked by the England seniors chairman, and it's giving everyone a chance that doesn't get to play for the Lions or the full England side. In more detail, basically there's 5 regions in England that play seniors cricket. So down the south you have kind of Devon play with Cornwall and Wales and Dorset. There's areas, and they've tried to give the winners of those leagues a touring match against the Australians while they're over here. So Surrey, obviously winning the league down there, have got a game against them. These players here are a selection of the players that kind of maybe finished in runners-up teams and produced good performances and aren't going to be playing in a Midlands 11 or a Northern 11 or the Lions or the full England side. So obviously we've got Nigel Moore, we've seen him before this summer in those 2 close Lions games. They gave them a real battle. All 3 games they gave the Aussies a real battle. So tough for the boys playing alongside people. I mean, they know each other. When I was here early and the boys were turning up, they were swapping tales from years ago and recognising faces that they'd played against in past county league matches and club games. So good camaraderie out there, and they're a real honour. The 2 boys from Cornwall came in their beautiful black blazers with yellow striping. Very proud to represent Cornwall here today. Had a chance to talk to Anton, who's keeping wicket for us for the chairman's 11, sorry, and they were really looking forward to. Real honour, they were saying, what it is to take part in this game. They obviously know it's going to be a tough test. They've had a little chat with Nigel, who's faced them a couple of times already this summer. So he's clued them up to how good these Australians are performing this summer. But nevertheless, they're thoroughly looking forward to it, and it's a lovely day out. A few have come up with families. The ones with longer drives have stayed overnight, and the other players have made the journey this morning. And we're just waiting now for the Australian batsmen. The England players are out there with the umpires. You can see from your pictures, a couple of bowlers having a bit of a test warm-up. There's a little bit of fall-off at either end of this wicket for the run-up, so that bowler there you can see having a little practice. I think they're just getting used to a little dip and rise. As you can probably see from that picture there as he's walking back to camera, there's a little slope they have to go up, so it's be something new that everyone's not faced all the time. I can see Doug Murphy on the boundary, so he's going to open up with Peter O'Reilly, I believe, coming to the side of the pitch there. Number 59 O'Reilly, number 1 Doug Murphy, who had a little bit of a better innings last time out. He's had a couple of unlucky knocks and not got as many runs as you'd like to. They were just about to come out onto the wicket, but I believe they're just going to have a photo with Poppy on the boundary. I don't know if Benny can get that for us, but the Aussies are just very nicely. They really enjoyed Poppy's rendition of the Australian national anthem. As Rash correctly informed the crowd, we've had a few dodgy singing performances from the Australians, so for those of us spectating, it was a pleasure to hear Poppy's dulcet tones without the catcalling of some of the Aussie players. Wholehearted as it is, they do miss the odd note or two, so that's a really nice touch there. You see Cheryl on your picture there, just getting a picture for the archives with Poppy in the middle there. You can just about see her red dress. surrounded by a gaggle of Australian cricketers. So hopefully once that's done, they'll make their way out there, and I do believe Graham Murphy and Peter O'Reilly are going to open the batting for us and get this underway. And as Rash said, it's a fantastic setting here. We're in a bowl kind of surrounded by forest. A couple of miles as the crow flies over the left of us is Alton Towers. That's what sort of area we're in. But the local support and the food that's on offer, and there's a local bar selling some local real ale and pizzas, barbecue, everything you need here. So the locals are... I was talking to Dave the steward, I think, was saying what a part of the local community it is here. And that round of applause is the Aussie team. As you can see, just clapping Peter O'Reilly and Doug Murphy out to the middle. And yeah, looking forward to this one. Rash, it's always interesting when we have a bit of a team we're not used to or haven't played together, but hopefully the boys can give them a bit of a game.
Yeah, absolutely, Matt. And you know, this chairman's 11, it's packed full of people that are well known on the county circuit. The likes of Rob Austin from Gloucester, very, very good player. Ian Goldie from Hearts, Andy Gregory. I mean, people tuning into the broadcast who play county cricket, these are very, very good players, but it's a great test for them and a real honour. And we spoke about it the other day when we were at Loughborough. It's great for these players to get this exposure, you know, playing against Australia, to be selected. They're going to give it their all. I think they're going to have the work cut out. First off, so Doug Murphy and Peter O'Reilly. Now we may have some difficulties, folks, so I'm going to apologise in advance with the overlays and the scores. There's Murphy, first ball, misfield in the covers, off the mark with a single. We are doing our best to try and make sure we can get you the scores.
Peter O'Reilly just gets a look in there and lets that one go past his outside edge. And it was amazing how many people were commenting on our rival, Rash. What a glorious summer of weather we've had for cricket. I've been out on my camper van for 16 days, just had a couple of days at home. And I think we've had 2 spots of rain. Funny enough, both in the Manchester area. That's well fielded there by the chairman's 11. Peter O'Reilly just pushed that out to covers and snaffled up by the chairman's 11 fielder. And like Rash said, we're not quite sure who's... Oh, there we go, look. We've got A. Gregory. So Andy Gregory is starting the bowling for us at the football pitch end we got there. There we go, I'll go early with that. Football pitch end and scoreboard end. So Andy Gregory, Norfolk based. Bowler, I don't think I had a chance to speak to Andy pre-game. He was one of the later arrivals. A couple of them turned up late. I know Mo Azam had a few problems in travel. And he was definitely one of the ones I didn't get to speak to. But he's coming in now from the football ground end. Another delivery to Peter O'Reilly. A little bit short that. Oh, got a foot to it there. Nearly got through. Peter O'Reilly sends Doug Murphy back. No run taken. Yeah, that's the end of the first over. And as Rush said, we haven't got the NV Play system up today. I think because it's not an England game. There's a scoreboard. Got no runs on that yet, but hopefully by magic, as Tony Panicasio walks past, number 24 on his back, we'll get some numbers coming up on that. I think they only took one run that over, if I'm right in saying. Dougie pushed one through first ball for a single. And now at scoreboard end, we've got another bowler. It's not up yet, but we shall let you know as soon as we know. Is that the lovely Poppy just saying cheerio, haven't done her work very well indeed. And that's the first delivery from the scoreboard end, just pushed away by Doug Murphy, sporting the green baggy today, which he tends to prefer. I think he had the full brim cap on Thursday at Stratford, rightly so, because it was a scorching day. A little bit cooler today with a bit of breeze around as he flicks off his hip, but well-placed fielder stops that going anywhere. Yeah, as you see, Dougie left that one. I think he thought it was going to be called a wide. He just... Keeper took the bails off Anton just to let him know he's there, keep him on his toes. As the bowler charges in on your pictures again from the scoreboard end. And that one, there's a little bit of a flash at that by Dougie, who misses it. I'm still waiting to be informed about the bowler's name, but as soon as we know, you'll know. And we got the sunshine is coming down today, but I say there's a bit of a breeze as does. Oh, Doug has a big old swing at that. It was very wide. I think he was trying to cut that away and completely missed it. It was shot through to Anton Luton behind the stumps. He wasn't quite expecting it and just dropped it. So a bit of sloppy cricket there early on, but I'm sure people are just players are finding their way. As you see the bowler coming in there from the scoreboard end, and Rush is just going to run over to the scorers there and see if they're updating play cricket for us. But that was the end of the second over. I believe it's a maiden. So it's 2 overs down, 1 run on the board for Australia. No dramas so far, people just finding their way. See a lovely little scoreboard there in red brick with the 2 little cricking gnomes on top. Very picturesque picture ground we've got here, and setting here in one of those lovely village cricket fields too. As you see the young girls walking in the background, all young cricketers at this club, and the players who introduced the Australian players before the anthems very nicely, escorting them onto the pitch through a guard of honour, bats held high, which I'm sure you saw in our footage. Some great camera work by Benny. So presuming this is Andy Gregory again from the football pitch end, just driven straight back to him by Peter O'Reilly. Didn't really get much behind that. Almost kind of slightly mistimed, I suppose, would be the way to describe that. Okay, yeah, so that's going to be called a wide down the leg side there. And Rush has done his work for us there. So it's Duncan Waugh at the scoreboard end. Started with Andy Gregory at the football pitch end, and Duncan Waugh is the bowler at the scoreboard end. So in the third over, just 2 runs scored for Australia. 1 run for Doug Murphy, 1 wide. And again, another attempt at a cut shot there by Peter O'Reilly as he just flashed at the cut shot and Didn't make any contact, went straight through to Anton Luton behind the stumps. So whether they're just getting their eye in or there's a bit of movement out there, I'm not sure. Rush was sure it's a very nice batting pitch, flat pitch, same as what the groundsman said. Should be some runs out there for batsmen of this quality, and that was just a long over-toss delivery which has flicked off the hips, but again, good fielding there from the chairman's 11. But it gets Peter O'Reilly off the mark, gets one on the board. A little bit over pitch that and down the leg side, and Peter O'Reilly's going to deal with them all day long. It's quite an attacking field here by the chairman's 11. They're, apart from the men you have to have out the circle, they're quite tight into the wicket. Another wide there, unfortunately, for Andy Gregory. Puts another run on the board for Australia. Doug Murphy just having a look around, and it's one of the longest run-ups I've seen in seniors cricket here from Andy Gregory. Good 15-metre run-up he's got there, so one of the longer ones, and it's charges into your screen now, throws it down to Doug Murphy, cuts it away. There's a little bit of air on it, but he got through first and third slip and down there to third man, actually fielded by Tony Panicasio, who's chatting to those young girls who are walking around the boundary. As he has a little stroll before he has a chance to show us his skills with the bat later on. So it's 8 runs on the board. There's a little boundary there for Doug Murphy. And again, one just slides by the outside edge there. A good old chat with Doug after Stratford the other day, looking to get a big score before the next ODI against England. This has been a great test for the boys before they face the England boys again. That's just down the leg side. It's nudged away by Doug, who was looking for a run. Peter O'Reilly sent him back. We know how well the Aussies have run between the wickets this summer, so. And good fielding on display so far by the chairman's 11, and it's end of the third over. 8 runs for Australia. 5 for Doug Murphy, 1 for Peter O'Reilly.
It's a nice tidy start, that. Just a couple of wides from Andy Gregory. Duncan Waugh from the scoreboard end then. He was part of the Midlands team on Wednesday at Loughborough. Oh, that's a good delivery from Waugh. Full. O'Reilly looking to drive. Beaten. Does like to drive. Peter O'Reilly. Oh, we saw that on Monday. It was his downfall. Caught in the cover area by Nick Newman. In that second one-day international, he's gone for that again.
An early doors, Owen Mason's in the chat there, Rash. Afternoon, lads. Hopefully a fantastic day of cricket awaits you both. Currently watching from a very warm Corfu. Miss being with the gang today. I'm sure you do, sat by the pool with your cocktail in hand and Lovely trip Owen's gone on to surprise his mate Nathan, who works out in Greece. 4 of the Bewdley Massive have gone to visit him and have a very good time, I understand. I think there's another boundary, was that for? No, a couple of runs there for Peter O'Reilly. Pops his score up. Just early notes, Rash. A lot of missed shots when we said this pitch looked flat and battable. Not like the Australians have so many swing and misses so early in the game.
No, you don't often see it, Matt. This is a really, really good track. Ball's coming onto the bat. Well, it should come onto the bat quite nicely. Good pace to the wicket. But uncharacteristic player misses. We've seen a couple from Doug Murphy. Batted magnificently well, I've got to say. On Thursday at Stratford. That's shorter this time by Waugh, and that's nicely played by O'Reilly. Just rock back. That races away across the outfield for his first boundary of the innings. And the end of that over by Waugh sees Australia move on to 14 without loss.
Yeah, and just a little update on that. You know, we've got to explain that the reason we don't have on-screen scoring today is that we don't have access to the local data, only that which accompanies the official England team when we're doing the NV play. So no one at fault, just the way the system works. But that's why me and Rash are here, to keep you updated. And that beautiful camera work from Benny on the scoreboard. We shall get that in as much as we can. And 4 overs, like Rash said, 14 runs. Solid, steady, quiet start for my liking. My only concern being a couple of missed shots from Australia, who've tried to play a couple of drives and cut shots that have been missed, which have gone awry for the Australians, which is most unlike them, like Rash was saying, but I'm sure they're just finding their feet and they'll get going in good time. We've seen how quickly they can put the scores on the board when they get going, and I guess the first task for this Chairman's 11 is to keep that score down, obviously. Not let them get away from the total and keep them under 300. Peter Judd was saying when we chatted to him that obviously it'd be lovely to get up to that sort of number, but wasn't quite sure there was as much batting in this wicket as there was at Loughborough, but obviously they're going to do their best to accomplish that. And again, yeah, if you're on the live chat like young Owen in Corfu, let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting, what you think the result's going to be. Oh, that's out. He's edged that. Doug Murphy, first wicket of the day. Very wide, he looked like he was playing that, Rash.
Well, Doug Murphy is going to be absolutely furious with himself. It was a short, wide delivery. He had all the time in the world. He could have put it anywhere he wanted to. Just decided he was going to try and guide it, but having done that, hit it straight to the fielder. Chairman's 11 strike. Doug Murphy, the first Australian to go.
Yeah, I did just notice, Rash, when he's kind of shadow batting the over before, practicing that cut shot, he had a very open bat when he was practicing. I don't know if it was a shot he wanted to kind of glance over the top of slips, but I say when he was shadow batting the over before, he was practicing that cut shot with a very open face. Well, it's been a few years since I played the game, but I did note that and wondered what the game plan was. But unfortunately, with that shot he was practicing, he went straight to second slip position and was snaffled up.
Well, it was very much like the dismissal of Steve Small on Monday, Matt, if you remember. He sort of guided it to Darren Smith on that occasion at Fairburn, and Doug Murphy has pretty much done the same. I think it was betwixt and between. I mean, he set his stall out, he recognised the length very, very early, but he just sort of didn't commit to a shot at all, and ended up just steering it straight to the fielder.
Yeah, strange one. It was a very, very sloppy shot for a batsman of Doug's quality. But the chairman's going to be pleased. Early breakthrough always puts a bit of added pressure on it. He's nearly played onto there, hasn't he? I think first shot, Claude.
Yes, Claude Orlando. No. He's been in good form on this tour. Batted very, very well. Normally don't see him this high, however. We're changing the Australian batting lineup for today, folks. And he was very nearly 1 and out. As Gregory makes his way in again. It's a fuller delivery. Not quite timed by Orlando. Straight to the man. At cover point, and there's no run.
I think it was Nigel Mothers was saying to me about the one win England had in that second ODI, chatting to someone that Claude bats through at his club, and he came in at that game, I think 8 or 9. He put the 70 on the board that really pushed the Australian score up to that 170, which they had no right to be anywhere near, having been 26 for 6. So again, just highlights the depth of batting in this Australian side. I mean, a normal number 3 coming around the 8-9 region just puts the shivers up any bowling attack.
Yeah, it certainly does. But success for Andy Gregory in that over. The wicket of Doug Murphy, caught by Rob Austin. Murphy out for 5. Australia 14 for the loss of 1. 5 overs gone here as the sun comes out. Beautiful setting. Beautiful day here. An end of a very, very demanding week for the Australians. Their 4th game of the week. And they're on the travels again, Matt. Down to St Helens to play Wales. And I think it's the final fixture at that famous old ground. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's the ground that all those years ago Garfield Sobers hit those 6 sixes. I'm pretty sure it is.
I thought we were at Appley next near our ends, near Cheltenham for the Wales game. Or was there one before that?
No, the Australians, Matt. That's
the Aussies,
that's,
right.
That's the Lions.
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they've got another game, have they? They have a full old calendar, haven't they?
They have, yeah, they have, as I said, they're off to Wales. I'm pretty sure, I mean, get in touch, folks, but I'm pretty sure that ground was the one where Garfield Sobers hit the 6 sixes.
Yeah, all about getting in touch. Andy Luffman on board again. He's followed a lot of our games. Nice to have you on board again, Andy. Yeah, 45 overs this game. If you're wondering how many are in it, 45 overs apiece. So what day is that then for the Aussies? That's Wednesday, will it be?
It might be Wednesday, Matt.
I've got it here, actually. There's my little booklet.
Then, of course, the 3rd one-day international. This coming Friday at Tame in the Oxfordshire area. And if you're anywhere near that, folks, get yourselves down. Midday start on Friday. Series tied at 1 apiece. Courtesy of England winning the 2nd one-day international last Monday at Fairburn. That's a nice shot by O'Reilly, just tucked into the onside. Oh, a good bit of fielding, because that was a bit closer than I thought initially, and certainly Peter O'Reilly. Well, it was nicely tucked into the onside. I think that's Moazam there. Nice bit of fielding. Shy at the stumps. He wasn't far away. I think if he'd hit umpire Clive Howard, who's standing at the scoreboard end, would have had a decision to make.
Yeah, they got it right that time because they got in. We've seen lots of that running from them this summer, but I think that was a little bit closer than Peter O'Reilly would have found comfortable. And as you said, Rash, cracking fielding from Moazam. I think they understand they've got to be really sharp in this field to keep that total down. They've all been talking about how good the Australians are on the field, and they're hoping to produce a bit of that themselves, the Chairman's 11, to restrict the Aussies to as few as possible.
I think it rubs off though, Matt, and it's good to see because, I mean, you've got to be good practitioners of it. Okay, these boys are, an absolute inspiration for what they do. But they aren't as quick as they were 40 odd years ago. But what you can do is try and cut off the running lanes and the scoring lanes. And Australia have been very, very good at that. And teams are catching up now. We've seen an improved performance, markedly improved performance by England as a result of watching what the Australians do and how they restrict teams when they're fielding. And it does make a difference because at the end of the day, you can save 20, 30 runs. Come the final bit, that makes a hell of a difference. And it also puts pressure on batsmen.
Yeah, I think that one game we did the maths, we worked out it was 35 runs possibly saved by Australia in their awesome fielding. So yeah, it makes a big difference to the total. And Chris Dennis has been in touch. Rash, you're right again. Yes, it was St Helens where Sobers hit 6 sixes. St Helens 1968, those famous 6 sixes off Malcolm Nash.
Yeah, Malcolm Nash. Yes, I don't know if it's the final game of that wonderful ground. Somebody can check, but I've got a sneaky feeling that it might be the last game. It's an iconic venue.
And you have to give us your name, sales presentations and sales pitches, because we don't know who you are. But you said he's lucky enough to skipper a few picks there for the league matches. St Helens in the early 90s. Trevor, it says in fact at the end of that message. So any reason for them not using it anymore? Do you know any of the background?
I don't, Matt. I don't. It's a shame, but you know things progress. I will try and find out though. Oh, that's in the air. Well, it wasn't the most convincing of shots from Peter O'Reilly. Played up his sleep, but no harm done. It's been a good start by the chairman's 11.
Yeah, another tight delivery there. Just pushed back by Peter O'Reilly. And they'll be pleased with that early breakthrough. That waft of hot dogs isn't going to do us any good all day, Rash, is it? It smells absolutely beautiful.
It's not, Matt.
Smells lovely already, that food being fired up behind us. That's a bit short. He's going to deal with that all day, and that's a 4 there by Peter O'Reilly. Put away.
Yeah, 2 short by Gregory. And O'Reilly helped himself. He's a very unassuming player,
yeah.
Peter O'Reilly. You look up at the scoreboard and think, well, how's he got there? But he just goes about his business. He's not as flamboyant as some of the other Australian top order batsmen, but he's very, very effective.
Yeah, I might be wrong here, Rash. You're better at the stats, but I think he's made runs every innings. He just hangs around and makes 20 or 30, even his shorter innings. And I say not boisterous or flamboyant, just sticks around and keeps the scoreboard ticking over.
He does. A half century on Thursday, Matt, at Stratford. And a very, very good half century as well. And it was the reunion, wasn't it? Darren Smith and Peter O'Reilly, as they have done so many times for Australia. Batting away.
Was it the wily old dogs we called them?
It was the wily old dogs. Oh, Darren Smith, wily old rabid dog.
Yeah, and he was very emotional at the end of that. Shows how much it means to these players. Tearing up a little bit after that fantastic 100. So we start the 8th over, 19 for 1. And as you say, Rash, they'll be quietly pleased with this chairman's 11. They've not getting bashed all over the place yet.
No, it's been good disciplined bowling, Matt. There's a couple of wayward deliveries, of course, and you expect that. But for the most part, they'll be absolutely delighted to have this very, very powerful Australian unit. Only on 19.
And they seem to be throwing down a good line in length. Andy Gregory and Duncan Waugh. You'll know more of them than I do. I know we saw Duncan the last game, or the game before, was it? Good line in length, nothing strained down leg too much. Putting out a good delivery, obviously Warwickshire bowler, young Duncan.
Yeah, and Andy Gregory for Norfolk. Norfolk going well in the county championship in the Eastern Division. There's Claude Orlando, plays that out. Oh, there's another one that was close.
If that had hit, he was gone.
Well, good fielding again. And he had to get the Jets on Claude Orlando. I fancy, like Matt Evans says, direct it, and he was gone.
And again, you can't knock that because they're in, but that's quite risky running, that Rash. He was a good 3 or 4 yards short, had that hit the stumps. Again, Wall just drops one a little bit short. First time there on the leg and didn't even bother running there, Pete O'Reilly. Just smashed it down to Tony Panicasio for a 4. So they don't want to start bowling there to these batsmen, I can assure you that, as they move on to 24 Australia for 1.
Yeah, just an indication there, Matt, of how good that, how good the pitch is actually. As he tucks another one into the onside. More runs there. Chase for the fielder. Just going to get there, but 2 more to O'Reilly.
Oh, it's a cracking throw back in. It doesn't
Yeah,
look
very
overly
good.
quick, the outfield. It slowed up there. And Tinternet saved us again, Rash. Chris Dennis, Swansea Cricket Club are leaving St Helens as it's now the home of Ospreys Rugby Football Club, who are building new stands. So thank you, fan club and listeners and fans out there. You're helping us with our knowledge. That's good to know that. As O'Reilly just leaves that one to go past the off stump. A couple of sloppy deliveries there by Duncan Wall as they finish the 8th over. 26 for 1. Peter O'Reilly's nudged ahead to 18, and that shot kind of summed him up. That boundary we saw, Rash, just a little flick of the wrist off the hips, and before you know it, was crossing the boundary for 4 runs. Very well timed.
Yeah, he's a very good player, Matt. It has been for a number of years. I was just saying it was an indication of the pitch. I mean, it is coming onto the bat very, very nicely, but that one just sat up a touch, and he was only in a flash, and it was gone. As soon as it hit the ground, it was away. So nicely timed. It's going to be Andy Gregory to continue from the football pitch end then. Claude Orlando, one of the 2 Australian wicket keepers, on strike. And that's nicely timed. Straight back to the ground. Oh, a misfield. There'll be more runs there, I would have fancied. No. I hope Andy Gregory's all right. He took a bit of a tumble there, trying to field the ball off his own bowling. Hit very powerfully back. He looks okay, though.
A very athletic effort to stop it, diving down on the hard wicket there. It was the misfield behind him, really, that was the error. He probably wasn't expected to stop that, the bowler, but valiant effort. You see Riley's high bat position there before the bowler comes in and just allows him to set himself. That's a little bit wide.
Good to see the Australian umpire standing at that end, Noel Ford. He had to go off the pitch on Thursday. He's a touch unwell, but he's fighting fit, he informs me. And it's really tough for him as well. You know, the players go through it, but the umpires, Matt, in the heat that we've had this week, back-to-back games, Wednesday, Thursday, and it was about 26 degrees at Loughborough, but I think it was 32 or 33, I think Owen said at the time, on in the middle of the afternoon, on Thursday afternoon at Stratford, and he's out there. So well done to him.
Yeah, I did a little chin wag with cameraman Benny. He's probably the only other man who has to stand up for the whole 90 overs of the game. It's not easily done. But I did speak to Noel as he came in the ground. He said he was right as rain next day, so just a quiet evening with his feet up and sorted out his upset stomach. So great to have him back. And yeah, in these conditions, it's been a real test of attrition standing out there for 90 overs in this heat. Oh, that was airborne. Peter Riley's driven that. Bowler couldn't quite get to it. And again, I think it's Mo Azam out there just stopped the boundary and just allowed Peter O'Reilly to run 1. Moves him on to 18. 27 for 1 Australia in this 9th over. As Andy Gregory just has a little reshuffle of the short fielder there, but that was probably a little bit more airborne than Peter Riley would have been comfortable with, I think. George had a little swing at that. I presume it was going down leg because there wasn't an appeal from anyone, so but he tried to flick one off his hip and missed it. That ends the 9th over, 28 for 1. Peter O'Reilly on 19. Claude Orlando on 2, as we see the family festivities at the clubhouse. Everyone enjoying it. And another little look at the scoreboard.
Well, it really is a wonderful cricket club, Oakamoor. Nice to be here in the sunshine. The last 2 occasions that I was here. Last summer, England v Pakistan in the second one-day international. Very drizzly, dank day. That's a nice shot by O'Reilly again. Maybe more runs. Going to be looking for 2. Yeah, it's well fielded. Well fielded, good throw. Just a 1 then. And then in September, for the Senior Cup final, Yorkshire and Lancashire, myself and Steve Dello on that occasion. I know you're tuning in, Steve. Big hello to you. It was absolutely perishing, Matt. Hailstones we had. Freezing, so nice to be at Oakamoor with the sun shining. There's Wars in again. Oh. There's a long, long chase for the fielder. I'm going to be looking, and it's gone. Well, Claude Orlando was looking to play a very expansive shot through the mid-wicket region. Thick inside edge. Flew past his stumps and ultimately made its way to the boundary for 4. Australia move on to 33 for 1. And with that boundary, Orlando moves on to 6. His partner Peter O'Reilly is 20. The man out, Doug Murphy, caught. Rob Austin off the bowling of Andy Gregory for 5. That was a score at 14 for 1. Another single to Orlando. What you got there, Matt? What are you munching on? No, hoisin duck for you. What you got?
Carrots and hummus.
Carrots and hummus.
The amount of sandwiches and cakes we've eaten on this trip, I've gone up about 3 trouser sizes. The wife nearly sent me straight back out the door when I got home Thursday night. Oh, what have you been playing at? Probably more to do with the cider Benny's been pouring down my neck, but there we go.
Well, we've been royally treated, folks, up and down the country, wherever we've been. And a big thank you to everybody who's made it happen. We're very, very grateful.
That food at Stratford was absolutely stunning. Kebabs, skewers, chicken skewers, steaks. And we ummed and ahed for ages, me and Benny. Then old Murphy talked us into it, so we went inside. Benny grabbed the second last steak in a bun with some coleslaw, and I was stood in the queue, and then some old boy from the club darted in, took the last steak, and I missed out anyway. So, but I did have a chicken skewer, which was delightful.
So 10 overs gone here at Oakamoor for this match between the Chairman's 11 and Australia. And I think the Chairman's 11 and the skipper today, Nigel Moore, will be well pleased with their efforts so far. 10 overs in, 34 for 1. And you can hear Nigel Moore clapping away, rallying his troops. And as I said, it's a great opportunity for these players. Good players in their own right. And as you heard Matt say, probably not going to make the way into the Lions team. But a good performance here will put them in the frame, possibly for fixtures later on in the year. And as we've seen, people can move up and down the squads. We've seen that to good effect. Timor Allen, in particular, he broke onto the scene against Scotland and then continued his good form against the West Indies. That's a nice shot by Orlando. That's gone for 4. Very, very nicely played. Didn't try and hit it too hard. It was just beautifully timed. And away it went. 4 to him then. 38 for 1, Australia. Yes, Timor Allen. He's taken his chance, being promoted from the line squad into the full senior squad. They made a very, very good impression on Monday in his senior debut. Something swing and a miss by Orlando there. Try and repeat the efforts of the previous delivery.
It almost seems to me, Rush, as if they're trying to get a wriggle on today. The Aussies are playing a lot of big, expansive shots, as you say. Whether they've set a target of beating that Loughborough total, or there's some sort of game plan to try and play a few more shots on an English wicket, I don't know. But again, Claude's flashed at one there a little bit, and it's gone down to gully. Would there be any of that involved? I mean, it doesn't seem right to me, because you want as many overs as you want, but they do seem to be playing shots.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to quantify. I've not seen him play and miss as much. I'll be honest with you. That's nicely timed by Orlando. Just flicked off his hips. There'll be runs there. 2 more to him. Australia move on to 40. Yes, it's a strange one. I mean, I don't know whether Peter Judd is going to operate the same policy of 35 deliveries or thereabouts, and in you come. We saw that to great effect on Wednesday at Loughborough. I think half a dozen of them retired.
That's probably the case then, isn't it? I'd forgotten about that rotation that they're running. So Claude's probably trying to make the most of his 35 balls. Get his eye in, play a few shots to balls that are available. I was just wondering whether maybe there's a bit more turn in the pitch or something like that, but it's everyone that's looked at it says it's a flat batting wicket. Oh, that's a bit short, and he's cut that away. Orlando well fielded, so just the 1 run. Moves Australia up to 40 for 1 at the end of the 11th over. Peter O'Reilly on 20, Claude Orlando on 14. But yeah, it's probably that. I've forgotten all about that system there, running rash, just 35 balls and have a rest.
I mean, it may well be, Matt. We don't know. We haven't managed to confirm that with Peter Judd, but that's the system that they've been employing. Whether they do so today, I don't know. But he's had a couple of flashes outside off the off stump, Claude Orlando. Just seems to be hogging the strike at the moment, doesn't he?
That one a more conservative prod back from Claude Orlando. The bowling of Duncan Waugh. Still the same bowlers. We'll see how long their spells are. As people still pour into the ground, it's filling up by the minute. And all that. Oh, it's a well stopped there again by Mo Azam. He absolutely cuffed that through the leg side. Past, what's that, long on towards, and he just got a hand down and stopped a certain boundary. So there's 2 or 3 decent bits of fielding out there, especially for Mo Azam. Just keeping the Aussies in check. A couple of dot balls there from Duncan Wargate. Nice line and length. Peter O'Reilly on strike. Just pushing them back. Just have Peter Judd next to us chatting to Ivor. All padded up, so whether he's coming in number 4. Again, that was driven a little bit airborne there by O'Reilly, but safe enough. Mo Azam stops it at mid-on. And it's the end of the 13th over. He's now flying through these overs there. Australia 42 for 1. Ready for the 14th over. You just see there's the crowds we're talking about. Families, kids. Great scenes to see at local cricket grounds. A lot of the kids all wearing the club top. And we're sticking with the bowling here of Andy Gregory. Claude Orlando facing. Just choosing to leave that one. To go past his off stump. Getting a little bit short then. Claude Orlando's thumped that straight past mid-on over the boundary for 4 runs. Very well timed shot again from Claude, and he doesn't like to hang about. He likes to play his shots and get the boundaries on the board. As you just see the ball being returned there from the crowd where it ended. We've got to just keep it tighter than that, this chairman's 11. So you haven't done a bad job so far. Run rate's fairly in check as Andy Gregory comes in again to face Orlando. A little bit short again. He's gone for the cut shot there. Just hit it a bit down into the ground. Very sharp fielding from second slip. Straight back into the keeper. He's probably a bit... Andy go, he's just tossed that. Oh, he seemed to float that one a little bit. Slower ball there, a bit floaty, and Claude was licking his lips to flick it off his hips. You can see him practicing there on your screens, and completely missed it. Wrapped his pads, but umpire Noel Ford not interested at all. Quite a vigorous appeal by Andy Gregory, so he thought there was some value in appeal in there, but Claude lives to see another day. But definitely a change of pace on that delivery there from Andy Gregory. So mixing it up here, trying to keep the batsman guessing. That one came out with a bit more zip there, and Claude Orlando just pushes it away.
Yes, it was well worth the shout, Matt. On that occasion, umpire Noel Ford was unmoved.
Gregory to Orlando, just rolls the wrist over there to get it onto the onside. Stopped at mid-on, end of the 13th. As we were, 46 for 1. And yeah, they're checking these Australian batsmen, to be fair to the Chairman's 11. They're keeping them in tow.
Yes, I think it's been a very good start, Matt. Andy Gregory and Duncan Watt, for the most part, only good areas. There's been a couple of wayward deliveries, as you would expect, but for the most part, I think Nigel Moore, skipper for the day. We're well pleased, and there's a nice touch as well. All the boys have got the fixture on their shirts, so. Oh, you can see Dunk. Well, if that didn't get the edge of Peter O'Reilly's back, he was gone for all money. Inside edge onto his pad. It would have given umpire Clive Howard a very, very simple decision. He's a very, very lucky man. Yeah, the England boys, the Chairman's 11 boys, have got the fixture details on their shirt. A nice thing for them to remember.
So Duncan delivered to Riley there. Just going for a sweep shot and missed it. Wrapped his pad, but he's well down the crease, so no appeals. And again, there's a lot of dot balls out there, which is really encouraging. We've seen how attacking and potent this Australian lineup can be. And for these boys getting these dot balls in, it's highly commendable against such a strong outfit. Just as O'Reilly rocks onto his back foot, punches it, he looks for a run, but he's sent back by Claude Orlando, and again, fantastic quick fielding by Mo Azam there at mid-on. Sent it straight back into the keeper and made O'Reilly rush back to his mark. And not in danger. We've seen a few run-outs from the Australians. Again, I suppose that's going to come with the territory of trying to push for those singles and twos. Darren Smith annoyed himself at Loughborough for the running himself out on a fantastic wicket. That's shied the stumps, hasn't it? Peter O'Reilly's driven that straight back, knocked middle stump out of the ground nearly. Don't think the bowler got anything to it, so Claude Orlando was safe. Always annoying that one as a batsman rush, isn't it? You get away a lovely drive and the stumps at the other end field it for you.
Yes, it was a very, very nicely timed shot.
Yeah, short and leg side, and that's dealt with by Peter O'Reilly, as you'd expect. Just whipped it off his hips. Shame, really, because I know that Duncan was producing a very decent over there. A lot of dot balls in it, and just let it slide on the last ball of the over. So there's our scoreboard for today, as we've not got the numbers at the bottom of the screen. 14 overs done. 50 for 1, so that's the 50 up for the Australians, and Peter O'Reilly on 24, Claude Orlando on 19, and Andy Gregory is going to return for another over. So both bowling out, you think, Rash? They're having big spells here.
Yeah, I would have thought so, Matt. It certainly looks that way.
And is that a common thing in the over 60s cricket? You follow it way more than I do. I know I like to get into a rhythm years ago when I bowled, and you know, got taken off a couple of times early, probably because I wasn't very good at bowling. But these over 60s bowling 9 straights are quite a tough task, especially in this heat. As Gregory fires one down to Orlando, that's a little bit short. He's cut it away, but I was just going to say some good fielding there, but it snuck through his legs, and good cover fielding there on the boundary, just stopping the boundary. Yeah, just it's a tough ask, isn't it? 9 overs straight in this sort of heat.
It is. And it just bears testament to these boys' fitness. Andy Gregory, obviously being a pacier bowler, it's going to take its toll a bit more. But to answer your question, it's quite rare, really. Unless your bowlers are having a really, really good spell, and I think we saw that on Monday, didn't we? With Mark Wilson and Mike Palmer. But normally it's about 6 overs, 5 or 6 overs.
Yeah, I thought it'd be unusual for this spell. I mean, we've seen a couple of games that's worked quite well tactically, where maybe the batting side was getting away from getting on top of the run trace a little bit, and then the skipper's got a chance to bring back a Blair or a Bex just to curve it. That's a lovely little sweep shot around the corner there by Claude Orlando, but again, some sharp fielding from the chairman's 11, stopping that one going for a boundary for sure down there at. He's a bit finer than third man there where he stood, but it's kind of short, fine leg. On this side, stop that going for a certain boundary. Keeping up the good fielding, but so this is Andy Gregory's 8th over. He's a little rap at the pads there, half a bit of interest from the fielding side there. Keeper went up. Keeper sporting one of these modern day wicketkeeper masks across his face there, a bit like the backstop in the baseball. Peter O'Reilly gets ready for Gregory coming in, that high back lift he's got just before the bowler comes in. Big stride forward and prodded straight back to the wickets. A bit of width there offered to Peter O'Reilly, and again he's just dispatched that with aplomb down there to the boundary rope. As they've stopped that before the band just got a foot on it and stopped it for 4 runs. So again, some sharp fielding for this chairman's 11. That looked like a certain boundary, but a really good chase down there to third man to stop it as we get to the 15 over mark. The players are going to go for drinks, and Australia are 53 for 1. Just the wicket of Doug Murphy falling for 5. And Peter O'Reilly on 28, Claude Orlando on 21.
And while we're taking the drinks break, a big thank you, as always, to the sponsors. Couldn't do this without you. Stonehill Sports, Sporter Tours, NV Play, MacTech, The Tube, and our final sponsors, CleanClad, and just on CleanClad. Big thank you to defending more than just wickets, defending hygiene, and keeping the dressing rooms fresh, clean, and ready for champions. To all of you, many, many thanks for what you do. And likewise to the Australian sponsors, Global Travel Management, and a big hello to Dina Baghurst. Dina, how are you tuning in? Kingsgrove Sports, Exotic Cricket Tours International, Solomon's Floorings, and National Towers. Thank you for your continued and loyal support of the Australia 60s team. So you can see the players on the screen. I think some well-earned fluid intake. Warm day here. Temperature is expected to get up into the high 20s. It's a nice little breeze as well.
Yeah, so drinks been taken in this little break. The local boys out there supplying the cricketers with some refreshments as they come back onto the pitch. And yeah, Rash is just showing us about the collapse happening at Lord's. It's a good job. I was going to buy tickets for tomorrow, thinking it was going to be an exciting finish. The wife messaged me this morning saying they finished on exactly the same totals at the end of yesterday's play, or the India innings, I should say. But maybe there's a little bit more coming out the wicket. So umpires hand in the air for the scorers recognition, I think, and they've got it. So as Rash said, Clive Howard at that end, the scoreboard end. And it's going to be a change of bowling here, I believe, Rash. I don't know if you've got that on your... no, we have not got that on in-play cricket yet. So as soon as we know, we'll let you know. A couple of conversations going on in the field.
No, you can do it, man. Yeah, you can do it. Do you want me to slide it out?
Dave Murphy.
Right.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks, Rash.
You're going to slide in here? Yeah, I think chucked him out.
Yeah,
So we've got a nice little treat for you here, which put a lot of our questions to bed that we've been banging on about all morning, because we're going to be joined shortly by Dave Murphy, who is the chairman of the England Seniors. He's kindly joined us at the commentary desk. Welcome on board, Dave.
thanks, Matt.
So a few of our questions this morning was, how does a chairman's 11 work then? So it's all down to you, or is Nigel instrumental in picking the side? How did it come about?
I've been very fortunate. I appointed a very good lieutenant in Nigel, and said, you pick whoever you want. Probably those that are on the cusp of Lions selection and or the full international side. Give them the opportunity of obviously playing some representative cricket, and that's exactly what he's done.
As you just must
cracking
be a lucky
catch
charm
as
here,
well.
'cause,
Yeah, cracking
Claude
catch.
Orlando was just hold out there to what's that, mid off? He just
Yeah,
hold out for a catch, and he's walking off. You must be the lucky charm there, Dave.
I think it was Steve as well who caught it.
Taking a wicket as soon as you've come onto the commentary desk, and that makes Australia.
Yeah, I think it was Steve Luffman as well. Took a
Yeah.
super catch.
57 for 2, and he's hold out straight to the fielder. So yeah, they're performing well. We're saying how well they're keeping the Australian batsmen in check. You know, we've seen them run away with a few batting totals this summer, and they're bowling well, fielding well.
Well, watching the scores as they've been coming in, yes, they've been piling the runs on the Aussies. So yeah, this is satisfactory. 57 for 2 off 15, but I think plenty still to come. It's pretty warm out there, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's as you were alluding to just before we were interrupted by that wicket, a nice system you've picked. The players that aren't going to get a Lions game, or some who haven't played for the county winning sides in touring matches, you're giving them a run out, which is a really nice touch.
That was the idea, to give them just a taster and a bit of a reward. Some of these guys, you know, are top players in their own county, and perhaps get overlooked. And so yeah, good chance for them.
I know we've mentioned a couple of times this summer how thriving the over 60s game is. My first dabble in it, in the feedback we get on YouTube Live, and that's that there really is a following for it.
60s, 70s cricket is has grown so much in the last 10 years. Not just the 60s and 70s competitions, but obviously the international setup as well, with as many as 3 touring sides here this summer for the 60s. The 70s then go off to New Zealand for the World Cup in February, and I think we're currently serving about 3,500 people that we're looking after. So, yeah, a lot of people to keep happy.
Yeah, a lot of headaches for you probably. These
there's quite a few headaches. Yeah, but I've got a fantastic, team. We've got there's myself, 2 other officers, and 5 members, and then there's a few co-opteds using the expertise that they've got. And together, it's working well. But we realise that we're now at a stage we're looking at a succession plan, because it's unsustainable if 4 or 5 of us suddenly said, "Well, that's it, we've had enough." So that's what we're going through at the moment. With 3 guys have been appointed as like a review panel to look at us from the outside looking in, and Chris Storr, Trevor Eve, and Edward Gordon Lennox, the current captain, and they're just literally just having a look and seeing what we do well, what we could do better, what perhaps needs to change moving forward.
For those who don't follow the over 60s game quite as much, Nigel was saying there's 5 regions with sort of counties in each, and you have a championship playoff, and it's all set up.
I think there's probably 34 counties, including Wales, which is obviously stretching a county a bit, but so 34, and that's split into I think it's 3 sevens and 2 sixes, so that's 33. So no, it's probably 4 sevens and a 6. That's it, 4 sevens and a 6, and everyone plays everyone home and away, and then we get to the knockout phase based on then positions in the relative groups. But we keep it, it's geographical to start with to keep the travelling down. But then, of course, the being a national competition, there's a few long journeys towards the end.
So the winner of each of those divisions does that then go into a knockout cup playoff or a final and winner?
Yeah, the top 2 in each. There's the top 5. They all get a home, and the 3 best in second. So that's the home 8, and then the next 8, and that makes the 16 for the cup competition. And then we have a vase and we have a bowl. So those become the next ones down, the groups of 8 down. So 3 competitions going for the 60s, cup, vase, and bowl, and then the 70s. Again, there's 70s 1s, 70s 2s, and there's also a smaller group, 70s 3s. They play round the home counties. So, a lot of finals to get in the early weeks of September. But initially, it's done on leagues, and then we play knockout.
So, who's the defending champions at the moment?
We've got the North are very strong, or they've come back as now very strong. Lancashire and Yorkshire are the 2, and they're both unbeaten at the moment in the Northern group. And I'm pretty sure Yorkshire are the current holders, but there's not much between the obviously big rivals. Warwickshire, we've gone unbeaten so far, so we're optimistic, and I think Kent are also unbeaten. But again, it's 12 months ago or 2 years ago, everything was Sussex seemed to be in every final, and it moves on as people get older. Of course, then the sides change.
Yeah, there's a rotation of players naturally, isn't there? At this age
That's
group
right.
and stuff. So
yeah.
This is all early September. It comes to
finals are all played September. Some are actually decided on the league alone because of the numbers in. But no, the first week in September, on the Tuesday and the Thursday, we have the finals, and then we have reserve weeks the following week.
Do they get played at the same grounds, or do you move that around and share it out?
We've got that all shared round as well. We try and, again, geographically decide on whoever's in the finals to try and make it sensible. But there's, for example, there's a couple at Stroud, there's a couple at Gloucester. Gloucester, Stroud, and then we've got Banbury hosts 2, Cropredy in Oxfordshire hosts a couple. Then there's one round by London, the Vale. We try and play 2 finals at the same ground. So we have, like this venue here, holds 2. You could have 2 finals going on, and that's what we're trying to do, so that you get obviously a lot of people coming and watching. In fact, the final last year for the 60s 1s
was played here between Yorkshire and Lancashire. So
Yeah, little club grounds like this, we've witnessed it firsthand this morning, that the hard work that goes into it. I mean, Martin Wolf was out there when I got here at 8:15 doing his thing. There's a lot of volunteers, a lot of people helping out to make these grounds work.
it's unbelievable the effort that goes in, and again the clubs that are so well run. But it's hopefully, it's a nice little earner for them, and it generates that local interest. I saw a super sign up on the road there, here today, England versus Australia, and it's dragged a few people in, so that's good.
And if you're an ex-cricketer at the age of 59, maybe 16, you haven't had a dabble for a couple of years, and you're watching this and fancy it, how do you go about getting into it?
Well, the qualification for the 60s, we've refined it. So now you have to be born in the county or living in the county that you want to qualify to play for. So that's it. If you live in Staffordshire, being obviously where we are today, if you live in Staffordshire, you get in touch with the Staffordshire seniors. All the details are on the website. Tell them where you live, give them your age, and hopefully through trials then you get a game. Staffs run a couple of sides, 1s and 2s, and I'm sure there'd be, like every county in the country, only too delighted to have more players available.
And I presume those county sides are fed by club cricket, so there's obviously a thriving over 60s club cricket at most clubs, or is it a bit smaller?
No, it's most of the people that play come through 40s and then 50s, and they're obviously the ones who are still playing for their own clubs. Myself, for example, I'll play when, I get a call on a Saturday morning to say, we've had someone drop out, will you play? I won't play if there's a junior available, because that's obviously not the way forward. But I know in my own club there's as many as 5 of us over 60 that have played this year to help out at various times, the seconds, and I think that's general. But a lot of these players, of course, are like the ones we got out there today, are still very good cricketers, and so they're holding the places in their seconds, thirds, perhaps in their clubs, and it's just a natural progression with more and more people retiring that bit earlier. You want to play cricket, and the setup's there. On a Tuesday for the 60s, Thursdays for the 70s, Wednesdays for the 50s. So yeah, it's readily available, and it is one of the biggest growth areas. That and ladies cricket are the 2 growth areas in the sport, and just happy to be still part of it.
Yeah, and you likes of you doing a fantastic job to promote this this beautiful game. And have you had a chance to see the Australians this summer at other matches and stuff?
Unfortunately, I haven't. I actually had to have an operation on Wednesday, and my local, or one of the grounds local to me, is Stratford.
Yeah.
And they played there on Thursday, but
Yeah,
I wasn't allowed. Part of my recovery was I've got to stay in for 48 hours. So, but the chairman's game obviously has given me the excuse to come and see.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've had the opportunity of actually seeing them this year, which normally I would have seen them, on several occasions. But
as we just saw a fantastic boundary there by Stephen Butler for the Australian side, who's the batsman that's replaced Claude Orlando after that fantastic catch, rightly called by Dave, by Steve Luffman. So what's your hopes for today? You've seen how solid the Australians have been, and we've commented all summer how professional they are, and you said about standard of cricket, they really are up there. What's your hopes and dreams for today?
First and foremost is that we have a good tight game, and everyone enjoys it. Certainly from the chairman's side, I just hope everyone has that opportunity to either bat or bowl or both, and we push them close. Let's obviously we're always ambitious enough to want to beat them, and there's no easy game against the Aussies, that's for sure.
That's a beautiful drive by Peter O'Reilly there, just smashed it straight for 4 runs on a drive through the covers.
So it's just everyone literally just having a super day's cricket in a great surroundings, and if they all take a bit, a wicket or a few runs or a catch, then that'll make their day. That's great.
Well, thank you so much, Dave Murphy, the chairman of England Seniors. We thank you for your time, and we have to say thank you for providing us with this fantastic spectacle of cricket.
Thanks for asking me. Thanks very much, mate. Cheers.
Thanks, Dave. That's Dave Murphy, chairman of England Seniors, who selected this side, who are giving Australia a good old game at the moment out there. Some tight bowling, and as he says, let's hope we can run them close. Just a bit of a sloppy leg side delivery there to give Peter O'Reilly, was it? He's got a bat on it. Dave Murphy was calling leg byes there, but he has got a bit of bat on it. And that's back-to-back boundaries for Peter O'Reilly. And we haven't got the scoring system up today, so I don't know how close Peter O'Reilly is to his 35 deliveries as Australia move on to 69 for 2. We're in the 17th over. So just that chat there. Stephen Butler's joined Peter O'Reilly out in the middle. And that's another little, it was leg side. He tried to clip it around the corner, Peter O'Reilly. Lovely bit of fielding again by the chairman 11. And it's he toe-ended that to Peter O'Reilly. Came off his bat and he actually went off onto the offside. Kind of down to the deep gully fielder. Instead of, he was trying to whip it round to fine leg. And Butler, who's Stephen Butler, left-handed batsman at the crease at the moment. He's going to get his chance to face this new bowler who, I have to confess, I don't know his name yet. I'm waiting for Rash, fountain of all knowledge, to come back and fill me in. He's got a decent-sized run-up, this chap, and seems to be throwing it down. Obviously, anyone out there watching gives a heads-up on this. The bowler here at scoreboard end has just finished his spell. Or that over, I should say. 60 for 2 Australia. Peter O'Reilly on 28. Stephen Butler yet to get off the mark. Having a little conflab in the middle there. Weighing up the scene. And there you see the scoreboard there. So it's the 4th batsman's in as Australia have lost 2 wickets. We've had the 16 overs and Australia on 60. So certainly not having it all their own way. And if I get a chance to do some quick maths, we'll find out what that run rate is. Just trying to get my phone open, but a quick turnaround here on the overs rate. And the second at new bowler is at this football ground end here. Looks like he's gonna another bit of quick seam, just down to O'Reilly, prods it on the leg side, just out to mid on, no run taken. And I tell you what, if you're watching the screen from home, the last quarter of an hour, the sunshine has really just come out and warmed up this green bowl down here in Staffordshire. That's a bit airborne up here. He's pulled it off his legs, he's dropped short of the fielder. Well fielded and beautifully thrown in, straight over the stumps for the wicketkeeper to gather. And just keep the Aussies down to a single run there. And yeah, I thought the scoreboard was a bit behind. We've had a little bit of update on that. 79 for 2, the Australians are on. Peter O'Reilly on 34. Stephen Butler on 12. He's a bit behind there, the boys in the scoring hut. As we welcome back Rash Mahmood, he's going to have to fill us in on these bowlers' names and all sorts. Rash, we've struggled with you. Lovely chat there with Dave Murphy, and what fantastic work he's doing for seniors cricket at the moment.
Thank you, Matt. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, he's a top bloke, Dave. Nice to see him. He's been under the weather a bit recently. But good to see him here. I think he'll be able to start playing cricket again at the end of the month. He was just telling me.
Yeah, and he was saying what high standard he plays at when they're short of players at his club. You know, they'll ring him up and, oh, great shot the stumps there. Great bit of fielding again. This chairman's 11 are really on it in the field as Noel Ford gives us the signal that it was leg byes. Yeah, lovely attitude. If there's no junior available, if there is a junior available, he'll obviously let the youngsters take a dropout spot, which is a fantastic attitude for the future of cricket. And but if they're really short, he'll have a run out himself. So we know we've got Chris Bomer and Graham Taylor bowling for us. We're just trying to work out which end is which. The scoreboard's ticked over to 19 overs, so I think Graham Taylor's at the football ground end, isn't he, Rash? That leg by, I think that's what we've got.
I think you're right. Yep.
And Bowman's coming in from the scoreboard end.
Yeah, Chris Bowmer.
Yeah, it is. That's right, because he's the Northants chap I spoke to on the balcony there before the game.
I think he got a mention on the Silver Stumps podcast. Did Mr. Bowmer? For all things seniors cricket related, folks, I do suggest you tune in. Silver Stumps podcast. Episodes released every Friday. Trevor Lee, Grant Timms. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we might be catching up with them on Friday at Tame, Matt. And as it stands, we haven't got confirmation that the stream will be going out. There are some technical issues, and Ira in the BBA truck have got other commitments, but myself and Matt, I'm going to try and cobble something together. Hopefully get you live pictures and some commentary. But, Trevor and Grant, I know you're listening in, boys. Fabulous, fabulous stuff that you do. Oh, what are you tucking into now then, Matt? What you got there?
It's a lovely little cut shot there by Stephen Butler. He's going to force two.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gone boundary. Yeah, he's 4 runs there. Really well timed. Trickled over. This is what the wife's on about, Rash. I've just sat here, minding my own business. And the barman comes over and sticks a cheeseburger in my hand. I mean, what's a guy meant to do? Can't say no, can you?
It's rude not to.
I'll be on those slimming shakes for about 6 months after this cricket tour.
He's just being polite, Mrs. Evans. He's just being polite.
She's actually going to be joining us at Spar's Holt, Rash, so just tell her all the good bits about me.
I look forward to that, Matt.
My mum's off in for a knee operation and she's going to look after her for a week, but that starts on the Tuesday after, so we're going to travel down and do Spar's Holt together and then drop off at her mum's, so she wants to come and see the setup. Put a face to the name of Rash Mahmood.
Ooh. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. Yeah, and a decent round of applause as well. And well deserved, O'Reilly. His foot down the pitch and just lofted it. Over mid-on. 2 bouncers for 4. Very, very classy cricket stroke. Oh, there you go. That one's even better. It's helped on its way. And with that boundary, Peter O'Reilly moves on to 49. 20 overs gone here at Oakamoor. This match between the England Chairman's 11 and Australia. Beautiful ground, beautiful setting. Australia winning the toss and electing to bat 92 for 2.
I was saying when you were just off air there, Rash, people still streaming through the gates. I think this might be matching your Ooty Bridge here for spectators. There's a lot of people watching now.
Yes, it's good to see. I mean, the club do a magnificent job, I have to say. It's one of my favourite places to come to. Nothing is too much trouble. And they have a big following, big part of the local community, heavily involved in a lot of activities. And it's great for clubs like Oakamoor to have the prestige of this fixture. We've said it before, my local club, Outerbridge, put on a fantastic show the other Friday. Everyone was well looked after and catered for. That's a nice shot by Butler. Into the offside.
Well, if I get a cheeseburger stuck up my hand every 20 overs, Rash, it's certainly going to become one of my favourites very shortly. Really interesting. Just right behind the field we were then. How hard it is fielding. It was bouncing left, right, up and down. Just shows it's not easy out there on these hard surfaces, picking the ball up.
Yeah, absolutely, Matt. We had a bird's eye view of it. And the fielder initially started running. He thought the ball was coming straight to him, and then just took a deviation off the ground. I mean, it is rock hard out there. But, looks like it came off the pad. We'll just wait for umpire Ford. Yep, pad. So, he doesn't get to his 50, Peter O'Reilly. One more to the total, though, as Australia reach the 100 mark. 102 for 2.
I don't know if you saw that overthrow there, Rash, but whose fault would that be? I mean, the field was getting berated there, but I thought the bowler could have stretched out an arm and stopped it. I don't think it was all his fault. As you've seen, yeah, that's a great drive there. Again, Stephen Butler's not even bothered running. He's driven that straight back past the bowler, and it's over the boundary rope before we could talk about it. Yeah, he was getting berated there, the field. Now, with the Australian running, you've got to go for those chances.
Yes, I how can I put this? I think the bowler could have done a touch more. Let's put it that way. I mean, he gave the glares to the fielder. I don't think the fielder was at fault, to be honest, Matt. But there you go. And Graham Taylor finishes that over. Australia move on to 109 for the loss of 2 wickets. And just as we have a change over, shout out to the Maltese Falcon, Mr. Bradley. Now out of hospital, Paul. On behalf of everybody associated with England, we wish you well. It's a great shame that you're not going to be able to come over for the rest of this Ashes series, and indeed the USA series, which follows very, very quickly after the conclusion at Royal Ascot for the 5th One-Day International. But we wish you well, Paul. I know you're tuning in from sunny Malta. And very nice it is too, Matt.
Is he on the cocktails like young Owen Mason as well, is the question.
Oh, no, some filthy mucky beer. Mucky beer Mr. Bradley drinks. As skipper for the day, Nigel Moore. Going to come from the scoreboard end. Stephen Butler on strike. Watches that first delivery. He's go outside. He's off stump. Offers no shot and there's no run. pitch by more, and Stephen Butler's not going to miss out on things like that. Stroke through the offside for 4. He's rattled along to 29.
I don't think we've seen much of Steve Butler in the crease, and I was also thinking while I was chatting to Dave Murphy, I'm pretty sure Peter O'Reilly must have passed that 35 ball mark by now, so whether the Aussies are coming here and saying, right, we're going to take this as a proper match and bat out, let people stay out there and have some time if they wish, but the cut the boundaries that Stephen Butler has hit is been very well timed. Yeah, doesn't surprise me. Peter Riley's faced 60 balls, so they've obviously maybe left that 35 delivery retirement idea behind today, and Butler left-handed the crease has timed to cut the beautiful boundaries. And as Rash said, he's only faced what 25 balls, and he's already on. Sorry, he's 24 balls, and he's already on 25 runs. So going at 100 strike rate, and his timing just seems impeccable. Rash, he just gets it away so easy.
He's been very impressive on this tour, Matt, and of course Australia blessed with very, very talented stroke makers, but in the engine room the likes of him and Glenn Pearce. Haven't seen him bowl on this tour, however, so far, but he's a more than useful bowler. Stephen Butler, yeah. I got to see him out in Australia over the winter when we went out west. Oh, that's misfield in the cover region. Allows Butler to trot through for another single. Yeah, so I think it was the Western Australia county that we played. Might have been at Donnybrook the first time I saw him. Very impressed with him then. Bowled very, very well. And he was included in the Australian team for the 5th and final one-day international out in Perth. But very, very highly regarded, Matt. And he's a very, very good cricketer, as well as being an exceptionally quick person in the field.
Yeah, I was going to say I've remembered him for and he's going to take a quick single there as well. Great fielding again by Chairman's 11, but just on cue, Stephen Butler showing us his pace there. I remember him from a couple of good fielding dives and rolls, like you say, Rash, but he certainly looks like he's going to enjoy a good long bat today.
Yeah, 31, he's moved on to Matt. Peter O'Reilly on 49. Well, O'Reilly just dobs that out into the point region. Slight misfield allows him to come through for a very, very good 50. And he's going to retire. And well battered. So back-to-back half centuries for him. And he'll get a good round of applause as he makes his way off the pitch. And it's the Aussie skipper, Peter Judd, making his way out to the middle. Number 2 on his back. So Peter O'Reilly retired, not out on 50 off 62 deliveries, 8 fours amongst that. A strike rate of 80.65. Very, very good knock. Well, that's just glorious. Slightly over pitched. But Butler, foot down the pitch. Straight through the line of the ball, and it raced away to the boundary for another 4 for him. So just past the halfway point in this match between the Chairman's 11 and Australia. Australia winning the toss, electing to bat. They've reached 120 for 2. The men out in the middle. And about to face his first delivery, the Australian skipper, Peter Judd. His batting partner, a non-striker's end at the moment, Stephen Butler, 35. Not out. The men out, Doug Murphy. Caught Rob Austin, old Andy Gregory for 5. That was the score at 14. Loss of the first wicket. And the second person out, Claude Orlando. Caught Steve Luffman off the bowling of Ian Golder for 21 off 30 deliveries. The score having moved on to 57 for 2. And then you've just seen the retirement of Peter O'Reilly after making his half century. As Peter Judd just turns that down the leg side, trots through to get off the mark. Oh, bye signalled by umpire Howard. So one more to the total, 121 for 2. Oh, he's out. Butler's out this time. Just looking to turn that down the leg side. He's out for 35. There's Graham Pavey, number 16 on his back. Makes his way out into the middle to join his skipper. Nice take by Anton Luton. The Chairman's 11 stumper. Butler just trying to tickle it down the leg side. Thin edge, but well taken. It's Pavey. Looks to get off the mark straight away, but that's well fielded as he tucks that ball into the leg side. Well, from an England point of view, Rash, I think I'll have to take more comfort breaks, won't I? Left you for 5 minutes and they've got 2 wickets. Yeah, well, it's 1.5, I think, Matt. Peter O'Reilly retiring 50 not out. But I've just seen, just as you were coming back, nice bit of glove work. It's not easy for a keeper. It's going to be a left-hander. Just trying to tickle it down the leg side with Stephen Butler, but a very, very good piece of wicket keeping. Thin edge. End of the over then. Apologies, folks. As I said, we don't have the overlays today with the scorecards, etc. 24 gone. Australia 122 for 3.
So O'Reilly walked, did he, when he made his 50, retired to give other people a chance. So they're still doing it a little bit, that retiring 7 hours ago. So it was a good little 50 knock from him, wasn't it? Very solid innings.
Yeah, like we said, he's very unassuming, Peter O'Reilly, but he's extremely effective in what he does. Coffee, milk and 2.
So a little nick on the edge for Butler's wicket, was it, Rash? Good glove work behind the stumps, which is nice for Anton. Travelled all the way up from Cornwall, so he'll be pleased with that. We've got Peter Judd, the skipper, at the crease now with Graham Pavey. They'll be looking to do the same, build a partnership. But I think the chairman's 11 will be pleased.
Yeah, I would say so, Matt. You see Nigel Moore encouraging. That's a nice shot.
Oh, well stopped.
Well stopped, though. Yes, he's encouraging his troops. And it is a big moment for him, Matt, as we've said, to play against these Australians.
Juddy keen to take that second run there, keep the scoreboard ticking over. Pavey initially said no, but Judd forced through for the second run off that final ball of the over, which is the end of the 25th over. 124 for 3. Again, beautiful scenes around the ground. You're seeing there pushchairs and kids and families enjoying this fantastic day of cricket. Skipper Nigel Moore prepares for another over. And a little reshuffle of his field here. Looking to turn the screw now, I suppose, Rash. Just pile this pressure on with that retirement and the catching of Stephen Butler. Obviously nothing curtails the run rate than taking a wicket.
Yes, I think he can be well pleased, Nigel Moore, of what his team have produced so far. It's been good bowling and good fielding.
Yeah, they're as on it in the field as I've seen any side taken on the Australians this summer. Even there, that ball was just sneaking past Nigel Moore off his delivery, and he got a hand down and stopped a certain cut of runs. And he seems to have his fielding placements right. There seems to be a fielder everywhere they try and hit the ball here, the Australians. So
your classic game of chess cricket here, where they've got to work something out, the Aussies, to get that scoreboard just rolling over a bit more. I mean, Juddy's a quality batsman, is he, as well as a very good skipper. He can play the shots, and he's looking to knock it around the park a little bit here. Taking a little single there just to move them on to 125.
Yeah, like all these Australians, Matt. They're back all the way down. Oh, Pavey goes for an expansive shot. I'm not sure he got anything on that. We'll wait and see what umpire Howard gives. Leg by. But a good over from Nigel Moore.
They're not bad, those old eyes of yours, Rash, are they? Keep picking up these leg buys that I miss.
Well, I think I got lucky with that one, Matt, to be fair. Well, I gave a shout out to the Maltese Falcon earlier on. But you need somebody to tame them falcons. And it's Mrs. Bradley. Christine. Obviously the pub's not open in Malta on a Sunday, so she's watching the stream today. Best wishes to you, Christine.
Looks to me like we're going to have a little change of bowling here. Might be a bit of spin action here. Judging by his run up, I can't quite see who it is. And if you're a bit more clued up than me, Rash, we'll see the system updates here. Nigel Moore just working with his new bowler to set this field. Big gap here again on the leg side, so a lot of trust in this bowler here. Again from a short fine leg, all the way around here to deep on the boundary. Right, and this what's deep square leg, deep forward square leg there to short fine leg. There's a huge gap, so they're obviously trusting that. Oh, got straight through the fingers that one just to allow the single. They're going to come back for two. Again, a good throw back in. They've snuck two. So when you see a big gap like that, Rash, they're obviously skipper's got a lot of trust in his bowler to keep this on the offside and not allow anything in this big. I mean, there's a good 30-40 metre gap there between short fine leg and kind of deep mid wicket. Really, now he's moved round to a bit wider. So asking questions of these Australian batsmen all the time, which is what we want. Keep them on the toes, not have it all their own way. Big swing there, a wide ball, and very good fielding again, straight into the bowler's end where he was a little bit short of his crease, but got there in the end. And of course, today Darren Smith's having a rest after that fantastic century at Stratford-upon-Avon. Well earned rest, giving someone else a chance. And there's a couple of dot balls here for the new bowler. Lovely little cut shot there, backward of point, sorry, just fielded there on the boundary, but quickly run there by Juddy. Back for two before we knew it. I'm not sure if the bowling information's come up yet. So we've come to the conclusion it's Ian Golder, Hertfordshire cricketer, all-rounder. Who's bowling now for the Chairman's 11. He's putting up a real good fight here against this Australian touring side. Keeping the run rate down.
taking the odd wicket and fielding very, very economically. As I was a little bit wide there, and yeah, it's really well timed. Let's get to the boundaries. Quite slow outfield again. I think it's just stopped before the rope there. Down at third man. But again, a swift 2 runs. There is the bowler, just asked his fielder to be a little bit deeper next over, I think. A couple of runs off that one. But they can do that as the Australians, can't they? They'll find the gaps in the field, and when you think you've got them under the cosh, they'll just find some gaps and get that scoreboard ticking over. So finish the 28th over, I think. 134 for 3. Peter Judd, the skipper, and Graham Pavey in the middle. Trying to get this total a little bit higher for this Australia tour side. We passed the halfway mark in this innings. We've got a hello to the commentary team here from the Superior Panacasio under the name of Leaves of Lorien. Obviously looking in some of the Panacasio family, keeping an eye on him, see how he's doing.
Well, I have noticed TP lurking around the cake stall. I saw him earlier on. He's got a bit of a sweet tooth, you know, has Tony. Tossed up by Nigel Moore, just tempting Graham Pavey down the pitch. Plays it all along the ground though. One more to him, one more to the total. He'll claim, of course, Mr. Panicasio, that he's just being friendly.
Again, some solid fielding there from the chairman's 11. Got a good drive on that shot there, Peter Judd, but fielder was around quickly to get it straight back in and prevent the single being taken. So Skipper Moore comes in and he's... Juddy's taking a couple of skips down the crease here a couple of times, and dangerous game after that superb glove work by Anton Luton. He's got to be careful with that tactic. He's right up at the stumps, as you can see from your pictures, as Nigel Moore comes in again. Missed that one, it's just wrapped the leg. Wrapped his pad on the leg side, end of another over. 136 for 3 Australia. 2 newest batsmen at the crease, so going to find their way and build this partnership. The drop of that last wicket when I just went to the little boys' room, Terry Becks was running in and getting his pads on, so he may be coming in slightly up the order today. He's shown he can wield the bat quite successfully, Rash.
Yes, indeed, Matt. He's batted very well on this tour. Again, not the most flamboyant or extravagant as some of his colleagues in the lineup, but when he's been called upon, he's been very, very good. His goal that continues from the football pitch end, just a bit wide outside off stump.
Lovely drive there by Pavey, but fielder in the right position again for this chairman's 11. Doing a sterling job out there at the moment. Missed everyone that and got through the wicketkeeper for not quite making the boundary for 4 runs. The fielders again got on top of it and just allowed the Australians 2 runs.
Yeah, bye signal by umpire Ford, Matt. What did he say? Everybody missed it. Pavey, the wicket keeper. It was good to have Dave Murphy on earlier on, Matt. Always good to hear Dave speak. Yeah, like pretty much everyone we've spoke to this summer, how passionate he is about the over 60s cricket and the over 50s and 70s, like he says. Really keen to get it thriving and keep going. And as you said, if you're half interested, get yourself online and sign up to the county game if you're still playing for your club of a decent standard. Really is a thriving community out here playing the over 60s cricket, so always looking for players to develop. Most counties have got 1 and 2 sides, so you get yourself a game and put your name forward. You never know, you could be facing the Australians before you know it. Yeah, absolutely. Great work that Dave's done with the rest of the team as well. Connected with seniors cricket, thriving in the UK and globally as well. As I mentioned the other day in commentary, Scotland, the newest members to the seniors cricket world. 15 countries now, and it's continuing to grow. And long may it continue. Yeah, a couple of friends getting in touch there, which is nice to know. My lad Matty's listening in. Paul Hyatt, or Bones as he's fondly known, trying to listen in and just worked out he's listening to the Fairburn game, so I've sent him in the right direction, hopefully, to get the commentary. But little Matty says the commentary's coming across well and the game looks good. It's certainly a beautiful day here. Glorious sunshine. I was saying how much it's heated up in the last half hour, Ash. That sun's really come out. That little bit of cloud we've had's gone, and the temperature's risen a lot for those fielders out there. Yeah, it's a beautiful afternoon here, Matt. Yeah, that's as Rash just said, well, that's some of that clever Australian running again. Just dabbed it down in front of him. Even with the keeper up, they just took a cheeky little single there. And Rash alluded to that at the start of the game. That's where those 35, 40 runs come from for the Australians. They just get them away from you, as that's a little bit over pitched and well fielded again. Well over pitched there by skipper Nigel Moore, and he gives the fielder a round of applause because I think that stopped a certain boundary. Yeah, Ian Golder there, Matt. Very good bit of fielding. Big shout there from Nigel Moore. Solo shout, I have to say, not everyone was, anyone else is very interested. But again, Rash, a lot of dot balls, a lot of no scoring balls here, which is great for the chairman's 11. Give the Australians something to think about. Oh, that's a good throw. Is that backed up? Yeah, well backed up as well. And I was telling the boys how sharp Bill Blair's looked all summer with his bowling, so no doubt they'll be very pleased that he's not bowling this afternoon. He's having a rest day as we get our second drinks break here at the 30 over mark. So Australia 142 for 3. There's the scoreboard. Young Sherrill stood next to it, texting home. The players come in for some refreshment. And as we just said, well needed, because it's really warmed up out here in the last half hour. We're hitting those temperatures of 30ish that the whole country's enjoyed this summer. I was, again, chatting to a lot of club cricketers. What a beautiful weather we've had all summer for the cricket so far. And
Ian Golder's just coming out here to the phone. I think had a lovely surprise. I think his daughters, one of them's something like 35 weeks pregnant, the other 14, and they popped up at the ground, unbeknown to him, to surprise him to come and watch him. So he's just enjoying his drink with the daughters beside the pitch there. See Noel and Clive having a good chin wag about proceedings out there. So standing in as umpires today. And of course, no one needs a drink more than them at these breaks. They've got to stand up there for 90 overs today, which is a challenge in these temperatures. And young Benny's slathering the sun cream on. He's the other one stood up there for 90 overs all day. Oh, he does have a nice little seat behind him there today. Rash must have had promotion. He's normally got to stand all day, but he's got somewhere to sit down between breaks. And a few of the Aussie squad just out there chatting to Juddy and Pavey, and no doubt getting some feedback about how it's behaving out there. So for young Owen, we're 2/3 of the way through, 1/3 to go. What's the chat in both dressing rooms then, Rash? You think Chairman's 11 are happier than the Aussies?
I think they'll both be relatively pleased, Matt. In fairness, the Chairman's 11, we know how stacked this Australian batting lineup is. But with 15 to go, 143 for 3, Nigel Moore, the skipper of the Chairman's 11, he'll be delighted. Absolutely delighted. His boys have done very well out there. Just a couple of lapses in the field, which you're going to get, of course. But for the most part, they're bowled pretty well. I think you'll see the Australians try and put the hammer down now. Plenty of batting to come.
Yeah, that was going to be my second line on that question, Rash. It's just poised, isn't it? We've seen it once or twice already this summer. You just think they haven't got going. Score's not massive, 143 for 3 after 30. That's less than 5 and over by my maths, just quickly. But it's these times when they seem to put the hammer down, like Rash says, and they can all of a sudden up the run rate and start wielding the willow to all corners of the ground.
Well, they do it very well, Matt. We've seen it throughout this summer. It's the running between the wickets. He's putting pressure on the fielders and turning the ones into twos. And suddenly, if the bad ball comes, and there will be bad balls, they normally dispatch them. So, without taking too many risks, they're going at 8, 9, 10 and over. And suddenly, you look up at the scoreboard and you think, wow. So Golder's going to continue from the football pitch end. Graham Pavey, the man on strike. Umpire 4 just waving at the scorers. Make sure they're ready. Big crowd here. All around the ground.
That's a drop in the Rush. I heard a bit of a nick, and then he caught the ground, or it didn't get on replay. But I'm sure Pavey's nicked that one, and the keeper's put it down. A big wild swing again, looking to smash it over the rope.
Yeah, there was definitely a sound, Matt. And judging by Ian Golder's reaction, I think he did. Yep. Faint edge.
And he gets that one away. I think that's the shot he was looking to play last ball. Just mistimed it. Second delivery a bit wide. You don't get 2 chances with these Australians. Let's put it away for the single though. Tight fielding again. Out there on the rope. Stop the boundary happening. I think that's Mo Azam out there. Oh, no, skipper Juddy's had a swing and a miss there.
Very annoyed with himself. Well, he was in two minds, man. I think he certainly changed his mind. I think he was initially looking to drive that, but just waited on the ball and then tried to, like, one of his favourite areas, of course, is through that gully region, as we've just demonstrated there. He loves playing the ball there. I think that's what he was trying to do eventually, but flash past the outside edge. Pavey on strike, Golder bowls. He plays the Peter Judd shot down to gully. Run the single. Again, efficiently fielded there by the chairman's 11. And again, really just shows the depth in the squad of the England as well. You know, we talked a lot about the Lions being there because of the depth in the over 60s English cricket. You've got a chairman's 11 here that's, again, Juddy plays that little dab down to gully for a single. Chairman's 11 here, that's Dave Murphy was explaining that it's the guys that might not get a shout, that their counties didn't earn a touring game, and the standards is high. Yeah, they're good players, Matt. It's a gruelling county championship, of course. 4 divisions in the over 60s. It's magnificent, and a lot of the counties have teams in all 4 divisions. And as seniors cricket continues to grow, more and more players are finding, like you said, the opportunity to play. And maybe 10-15 years ago that would have been it. A lot of them still turn out for their local clubs as well on the weekend. Well, Nigel Moore from the scoreboard end. Peter Judd on strike. Just looks to turn that into the leg side, but just wraps him on the pad and there's no run. But it's great exposure for these, great experience as well. Yeah, we've seen some of the pride at the club side in these players, you know, with Kevin Watson had a picture up at Fairburn, and a couple of other home grounds we've been to that the England players play at. They've got little pictures and memorials up for them for commemorating their achievements with England over 60, so it's a big honour for a club side to have an England player based at their club. And I think it's a lovely idea what they do of going around and visiting for these touring games and Lion games. They're visiting clubs that some of the players play at. That's a lovely drive there from Juddy, driven it quickly. Pavey's looking for 2. Judd wasn't too keen, but they've gone bowler's end, so he should be safe. Judd was having a bit of a stroll there and Pavey hurried him up. So an honour that gets a lot of respect back at your home club when you've represented England over 60s. That was a beautifully timed drive, just right through the gap that the fielder just couldn't quite get to it. Ian Golder tried to stretch down there, just eluded him. Made its way all out there to the rope, and another 2 added on the board. And maybe we've seen the first signs here that we talked about, Rash, of just up in the ante, up in the run rate, putting something on the board that their bowlers can defend. Yes, it's the Australians past the 150 mark, Matt. Oh, another misfield. Allows the skipper to add 1 to his total and 1 more to the score. The other thing as well with these regional games, or whatever you want to call them, is for these players, it does give them an opportunity. You know, it is being streamed. People are watching, friends, family. But it also gives the selection committee for England a chance to view some of these players close up. It's a big step up from the county championship to play an international side. So it's a good test for them. But you can put yourself in the shop window with some good performances.
As we see Doug Murphy there by the scoreboard, 32 overs gone, 152 for 3. Swinging that down, trying to sweep it leg side there, missed it, wrapped the pads. Noel Ford not interested in the appeal. Leg by signalled. And it's a bit of an open question, Rash, but you've seen a lot of cricket. I don't know if you've ever played here in your time. But what kind of par score? We didn't get you to mention that today as you were allegedly not coming and then arrived, much to our delight. The groundsman didn't follow your style of giving us a par score. And now we're 32 overs in. We've got a chance to see what they've done so far. Another good bit of glove work there from Anton. What would you be thinking at this point in the game they'd want to put on the board, Australia?
A par score on here, Matt, is about 240. So well within the reach of these Australians, but 240 generally. It's a very, very good pitch. Let's make that clear. A slog by Pavey there, but straight to the fielder, short in on the leg side. Nigel Moore.
Yeah, they've got some quality batsmen to come out there. Alan Muggleton, John Emerson, your Terry Betts can certainly get the ball flying around the ground if they wanted to up the run rate and get some more boundaries going. That's a little bit short, just driven. Again, just misfielded by Chairman's 11. Crept under the hand of the fielder. Allows Pavey to add one to his tally.
So the Australians after today, we've trip to Wales, a full international against the improving Welsh side. Well, it's just an edge by Judd on that occasion. One more to him. Before Friday's meeting at Tame Cricket Club. Please come along. Series beautifully poised. Third match in the 5-match series, one apiece. England squaring the series. That's a good shot by Pavey. He's given that the long handle. I think that's gone all the way. It certainly has. 6, signalled by umpire Ford.
First 6 of the day, isn't it, Rash, I believe? Yeah. Short and a bit slow, that, given the appropriate treatment. Sent over the boundary rope. Again, didn't try and thrash it, just timed it. Excellent work with the bat. Into the 33 overs, 161 for 3 Australians, and both batsmen on 17. Bit too much width off of there by the skipper, Nigel Moore. Driven away. Again, Pavey's looking for 2 and Judd sent him back. The skipper. So a lot of these balls we've seen go for 4s or 2s or 3s run have really been dealt with well by this Chairman's 11. Very efficient fielding, getting the ball back in on their toes. That was just down the leg side there from Nigel Moore. Just turned around the corner. Straight to square leg. And just as I say that, one of the worst throws into the keeper we've seen all day right in the middle of the wickets. Bit of the commentator's curse on that one as John Moore comes in for another delivery. Bit short, just punched that there by Pavey again, straight to the fielder. Oh, he's gone, that's aerial, there's no one out there. Someone on the boundary's going to try and take the catch. Just bounces before and goes for 4 runs, signalled by the umpire. So Pavey's certainly trying to open his shoulders and hit a few more over the rope.
Well, Nigel Moore, to the final 2 balls of that over, dropping a bit too short. The first one, Graham Pavey picked it up very nicely, deposited him over deep mid-wicket, and on that occasion, an even shorter delivery. Over long on by Pavey, another 6 for him. He moves on to 28. Australia 175 for 3, 34 overs gone.
Since you said he likes that dabbed cull, he's played it about 6 times for Ash, another single off that shot.
Yeah, it's one of his favourite areas to play. I mean, he can play all around the ground, Peter Judd, but he really does favour that area. There's a lot of his runs backward point, gully region. Got him.
Straight through the gate. Pavey was looking to smash one there. Back over the bowler's head again, and he got straight through and took the stumps. And he walks. Pavey having made 28. Australia 176 for 4 now. He was having a bit of a swing there, Pavey at the end of that innings. So they're getting through here, the Chairman's 11. They're finding gaps, consistently taking wickets, making the partnerships start again and rebuild again. As John Anderson comes out to the middle, swinging his bat windmill fashion as they do when they warm up, these cricketers. Juddy meets him halfway to have a word, and they're looking pleased with themselves, this Chairman 11, and right they should.
Yeah, it's Graham Pavey going for the big shot. Straight from Golder. Pavey missed, he hit. Brings a very, very powerful John Adamson to the crease. Hero for Australia in the second Lions match the other Friday at my home club of Outerbridge.
So Adamson on strike for his first ball. Oh, he has a swing at that and takes it That's a brave old shot for your first delivery, isn't it? Chipped it straight over the bowler's head. Ran a single and got himself out of there.
Yes, he strikes the ball very, very powerfully. And he can hit it a long way.
Okay, that little dab down to gully again, but cracking fielding again. Picked up really quickly, thrown in quickly. Hurried John Anderson into that end of the single. Trevor gets in touch again, sending Hugh Roberts to bowl soon. Well, see if the other Cornishman's going to come on and turn his arm shortly, but I should think the chairman's 11 quite happy with how it's going at the moment. Certainly giving something for the Aussie side to think about if they keep the run rate down at this level. We're even into the 35th over, so only 10 to go after this one. They're 178 for 4, Australia. Peter Judd's in there on 21. John Adamson, who's just come in on a single run. I know Nigel Moore's having a good old shout at his field here. I think we've got to change a bowler. Oh, first thing, that's Duncan Waugh, isn't it? Going back to the scoreboard end where he started. So that's what we talked about. When you leave your go-to bowlers with a couple of overs in hand, they can always offer you something later in the game. And you see from your pictures here that Nigel Moore and Duncan Waugh really thinking about the field here, which they've done all day. Set the field placements very well. Restricting these Australians to not too big a score at the moment. So at 35 overs, what they 179 on the board.
Bryce is the Australian scorer. And BRYCE and Kim Byrne.
That's just the 5.11 per over. That's probably as low as we've seen the Australians held to this late in a game this tour in summer, as we've watched them all over the country. So they've got to be more than pleased with their efforts so far, as Duncan Waugh comes in for his second spell. Just turned around the corner there by John Adamson. And again, some very tidy fielding into the wicketkeeper quickly, restricting those Australians to just the single run. Duncan Waugh gets to the top of his mark at the scoreboard end there. Coming in for his second delivery of this second spell. Oh, right in the block hole that. Did well to keep that out there. Again, straight down the barrel there from Duncan Waugh. Just making Peter Judd prod it back to him.
Yeah, it's good intelligent bowling, that. Or bowling wicket to wicket. Nice and straight.
Well, I'm sure that's you miss, I hit, isn't it, with a couple of shots they've seen played by the Australians. It's going to be a case of they're trying to play their shots, probably for a bit of batting practice, but again, some really sharp fielding there. It's as good as fielding as we've seen against the Australians this summer. I'm really, really impressed.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Matt. You guys putting the shift in. And John Anderson getting very lucky there. Duncan Ward just a bit offline that time. Anderson had a big old swing at it, trying to turn it on his leg side, missed it totally. Managed to run the signal. If that had been one of his straight deliveries, that would have been another wicket taken for the chairman's 11. But as it is, it's 182 for 4. That was a bit short, is it? Oh, he lost it in the air there. Mo Azam has totally lost that in the air. That was dangerously airborne there from John Adamson. He's still got his hands up in the air now. Mo we shouldn't laugh. Mo Azam was running to his right, sprinting for a catch. And the ball must have passed him 50 metres to the left. And he's asking the crowd now, did you see it? They're saying, yeah, it's just your old eyes, fellow. We were all over that. He's still justifying it now with some hand waves and yeah, look. Should have gone to Specsavers. That's an advert for them, isn't it?
Oh, we mustn't mock. It was fantastic because he set off absolutely flying to his right. And the ball went past him on the other side.
The way he was running, I thought he was all over it. I was just about to say that's a wicket because he was sprinting so confidently and just in the wrong direction, Mo. Again, Dave from the clubhouse comes over. More refreshments offered for us. Nice cold glass of squash, which is well needed today on this hot day. Being well fed and watered here at Oakamoor Cricket Club this afternoon. Rolling into the last 10 overs here of this Australian innings. Chairman's 11 have done very well. It's 186 for 4. John Adamson just pushes that away, getting fielder in quickly and fires it into the keeper. I think he's hit Peter Judd on the back there, isn't he? He's a sharp fielder, that chap there. What's he at? Mid-on? Mid-off even, sorry. He's on his toes. Skipper Judd on strike, just, leg side. That was a beautiful sweep shot there. And that's the first one that's come to this big old gap we talked about. Turned it around the corner, played a very nice sweep shot. As you see the crowd fielding the ball there. Here's your moment of fame. Oh, what a throwback there. No chance of dropping that sandwich while fielding the ball.
Yeah, good execution by Peter Judd. Tried to overcomplicate it. Saw the line and length very early. And just helped it round the corner.
Intelligent field placement, Rash, because he knows that's Judd's shot, as you were aware of it as well. So Nigel Moore obviously does as well. He's got two there on kind of deep gully and a deep backward point, and then he's also got someone on the cover behind that in case it gets through. This time Mo Azam has followed the ball correctly, gets it back in and prevents the boundary. Back to normal service for Mo as we get to the end of the over. 36 overs down, 191 for 4. Really keeping this run rate in check, Rash. Doing a fantastic job. It'll be interesting to see Australia having to defend something not too big. I don't think we've seen much of that this summer so far.
Well, 8 overs to go, Matt. I still fancy them to get to minimum of 240. The way they bat, they'll probably look at the next 3 overs, see where they are, but 240 is a bare minimum. It wouldn't surprise me if they got north of 260, actually. But the Chairman's 11 have certainly done very, very well. They need to try and keep it as tight as they can for these next 8 overs. As Duncan Walk continues from the scoreboard end. He's gone. Yeah, good bit of work. That's the end of the Australian skipper.
I thought he'd missed it there first time. I think he went for the catch out. He then spotted that Judd was out of his crease and took the bails off. So really quick thinking there from the Chairman's 11 keeper, Anton Luton from Cornwall.
Yeah, good work. And it's not always easy when you have a batsman advancing down the pitch for a keeper, because you're looking at so many things. But as you say, I think he actually appealed for the catch first off. You're quite right. But Judd Harvey's ground, he had the presence of mind to whip the bails off. End of the Australia skipper then. He's out for 31. Stumped off the bowling of Duncan Waugh. And number 77 on his back, your mate, Terry Becks.
Yeah, and just that batsman to worry the Chairman's 11 that could push that 260 mark you were on about. If he gets in and starts hitting those powerful shots we've seen him do this summer, that run rate could soon escalate. But credit to this Chairman's 11. The bowling has been tight, the fielding has been good. Let's see if Terry Becks can offer anything. He's done him, golden duck. He's completely missed that toe back on the replay. He's wrapped his front pad right at the ankle, and that's gone. That is a wicket, and he will not be happy with that. And that's fantastic for the Chairman's 11. A really dangerous batsman walks back to the clubhouse. No runs scored.
Yeah, full and straight from Duncan Waugh. Well, on my last visit here last September, saw a hat-trick in the Yorkshire-Lancashire game. Duncan Waugh on a hat-trick. So it looks like it's Alan Muggleton. A left-hander. So Australia, 6 down now, Matt. 192 on the board. We were commentating and discussing, weren't we, how well the Chairman's 11 have done. And you mentioned, well, full and straight. Batsman misses a new hit. That's exactly what Duncan Waugh did. Full straight. I don't think Terry Becks can have any complaints about that. And umpire Clive Howard, I think he had a very, very simple decision to make. Up went the finger.
Ooh. Had to dig it out a little bit, didn't he? Out of that block hole, he squeezed it away for 4 runs. I didn't think it was travelling that well, but it soon got to the boundary there, and Muggleton off the mark.
Well, a very nice shot by Muggleton. Over mid-off for a 4. Brings up the Australia 200.
Yeah, good over there. 2 wickets, but a couple of boundaries there by Muggleton, just to leave on to 8 as they reach the 200 mark there. Australia. As Rash said, really minimum. They want to push on here for, what's that, 7 overs to go. They want to push on to the 240 mark at least. But this this chairman's 11 have really curtailed the run rate with some sharp fielding and good bowling. I'm not sure if we've got a change of bowler here. It's the same chap on. Bowling from the football pitch end. Oh, is that catch? Oh, just dropped short the fielder. I think Benny got that beautifully on camera. It was in the air all the way to almost the boundary rope, but the field just a yard or two short of him to take a catch. And Muggleton gets away with one there. Muggleton just looking to turn that around the corner. Didn't get anything of it, and good glove work again by Anton down the leg side. It's never easy when it passes the batsman's legs for the wicketkeeper to view it all the way. Oh, an absolute swing and a miss there. And John Anderson just calls through to Muggleton for a single. You see the bowler with his hand in his head. That was so close, I think, to going straight through onto the stumps from that delivery. Luckier to survive than not survive, I think, off that one, Rash.
I don't know how that missed, Matt. A cricket ball can do some very strange things at times. Oh, that's nicely played. Just a single though. So into that Ian Golder over. I was just about to give you the score, folks, but the scoreboard, and Matt's laughing to the scoreboard is decreasing.
We're losing a run a second here.
We'll try and get you the updated score. Oh, it's going back up again now, Matt, look.
Oh, any better offers? 203 for 6. Any better offers? Oh, 204 for 6. Here we go. Get your bids in. Get your bids in. Oh, 206 for 6. That's where it was originally, wasn't it? Cheryl there brandishing the camera next to the scoreboard. Getting all this captured for the Aussies. Beautiful tour they're having around Great Britain. Visited Scotland and Wales as well as England. Oh, it's a lovely driven shot, that. John Adamson not interested in running another. So, Rash, what do we end up on? 206 for 6, the 40th over. So they're going to have to go here to get to your 240 par mark, aren't they? And glimmer of hope for the Chairman's 11.
Yes, but you've got just got to keep plugging away for the Chairman's 11. You know, I think to keep them 240 and below, they'll be more than happy, Matt.
Again, well fielded there. That was a little bit short of that delivery. Coming in from the scoreboard end, and young Moggerton looked to dab that down to third man, but it was stopped there. Short third man up. Again, good fielding positions from Captain Nigel Moore here. That's driven through covers there by John Adamson. Again, pounced on quickly by a fielder to just give Australia the single. Moving them on to 209 for 6. That's end of the over.
40th over, I think. Yeah. 209 for 6. It's a very tight bowling here from the chairman's 11. Has really curtailed this Australian total, and I think probably one of the longest totals we've seen them have to defend here. Maybe bar Fairburn with the wicket and the toss played a big part in that. As Rash called at the start of this game, this is a fair batting wicket. To keep them down to this total, I think the chairman's 11 will be absolutely over the moon. And I have to say, sitting here watching it, the bowling and fielding has deserved it.
It certainly has, Matt. There's little or no assistance for the bowlers off the pitch. There's certainly no movement off the seam. Maybe a touch in the air, a couple of deliveries, but it's a beautiful track for batting on. Maybe not as quick as I thought when I went out there in the middle and did the pitch report. Just from the naked eye, you thought, well, yeah, ball will come onto the bat. Seems a touch slow, but for the most part, I think it's held up very, very well. I can't recall any low balls at all. It's but it's been good from the chairman's 11, as you say, Matt. Let's finish off with the last 5.
I've got to keep the concentration up as well, Rush, because it's, you know, they are the sort of team that, before we know it, they could smash you for an 8 and over in the last 5 overs, and all of a sudden they've scored 250. So they've got to keep their concentration, but they've certainly done that all game so far. Some real economical bowling and some really good fielding. That was just a good shot, as you can hear Darren Smith screaming behind me in the game. Well fielded out there by Mo. Nice and quick onto the ball and very sharply into the bowler's end. Couple more on the board there for John Adamson. He just remarks his mark. Bowler turns at the top of the football end. That's cut away there again. There's a little bit wide there. Not going to get to the rope. No, seems really slow down in that bottom corner. It's well thrown in. They've got a run-out chance here. Oh, wrong end. Surely he should have taken the stumps at his own end there. Muggleton was well short of his crease there, wasn't he, Rash?
He was, yeah. Wrong choice. Had to make a split-second decision, Matt, and chose the wrong option.
Muggleton tried to clip that off the hips. Down the leg side, missed it, wrapped his pads. Trying to find out the bowl for you. It's got it down as Sam here, but we're pretty sure it's not. Oh, he's got him. Top edged it. Straight to the fielder. Just looking to turn it around the corner there was Muggleton. He's top edged it straight to mid on. And again, no chance wasted. And they've put nothing down, have they, today, Rash? We've seen some chances go down in the England games and what have you, and they've taken every opportunity here, this chairman's 11. That's a 7th wicket to go. Australia 214 for 7.
Yes, Alan Muggleton, the latest Australian wicket. He's looking to turn that into the onside, and as you heard my colleague Matt Evans say, bit of a top edge, but straight to the man at mid-wicket. Very simple chance. And made no mistake, because Jeff Patterson is the next Australian batsman to make his way to the middle, number 3 on his back.
So Jeff Patterson makes his way to the crease. Just misjudged the bounce there, I think. A little bit early through the shot. Maybe it was a slightly slower ball. Given to Muggleton. Top edged it. 7 down. Is that straight down the fielder's throat? It is. It's 2 in a row again. 2 in a row, and that was... he's caught that straight down his throat. That's 2 in 2. Another 2 in 2. You don't see that very often, Rash. He's just taking it. John Anderson's just hit it straight over the bowler's head, straight on the fielder's throat. And that's going to see Tony Panicasio come into bat. And Australia 8 down. Are they going to see their overs out? That'd be a first.
Well, that will be a first, Matt. But a good catch. Out in the deep.
Almost cut the sloppy shots really from the Australians today. Don't know if John Adamson was just trying to up the run rate for the sake of a bigger score, but it's going to be quite a low total here. And Rash's call of 240 is looking like a bit of a struggle at this moment in time for the Australians. But again, good fielding from the chairman's 11. Oh, he's got that straight through to the keeper as well. We've talked about a couple of England Lion games, just a couple of those run-out chances, catches, opportunities just put down and not taken. And I have to say, I've seen none of that today from the chairman's 11 here at Oakamoor Cricket Club. And we're seeing the Australians under some real pressure here. Just 214 for 8 in the 42nd over. And like I said, bar that 170 total at Fairburn, where the pitch played a part and the toss played a part. Oh, that's gone straight by Tony Panicasio's outside edge, hasn't it? He's had a little fish at it, got nothing on it. I'd have to say Anton Luton's been very sharp behind those stumps today. He had those bails off quick style again.
Yeah, it's been very impressive, Matt. A catch and a stumping. But he's generally kept very, very well. That's a full toss that Panicasio misses out on. Straight to Golder. At mid-on. And there's no run.
You weren't lying, were you, when you said there's a dearth of good wicket keepers in this country? We've got 2 or 3 already in the England setup. And this lad from Cornwall doesn't look like he'd be out of place in the England setup either. Another ball gets straight past the outside edge. Panicasio as we finish the 42nd over. 214 for 8. Interesting, Rash.
Yes, I think it'll give the Chairman 11 boys a real boost if they can keep Australia to a total of under 240. As I say, I don't think you can blame the pitch at all, Matt. It's played pretty well.
So put yourself in the Australian shoes now, Rash. What's the tactic? Do you have to swing it a bit to get something reasonable on the board, or is there enough pressure out there where they're just going to try and take what they get, really? Because they ain't half playing well, this Germans 11 in the field.
Yeah, you take what's on offer, Matt, I think. You take what's on offer, I think, to try and swing the handle a bit. But there's only a couple of overs to go. It's imperative you bat your overs out. And we've said that time and time again. We saw the England Lions game, didn't we? At Uterbridge. Oh, that's going to be close. Oh, direct hit, and Patterson was gone. Yeah, we saw in that England Lions game, Matt, it just broke off. 15 deliveries were left at the end, and in a really tight game, who knows what could have happened if they'd managed to bat out those 15 and maybe score another 15, 20 runs. Yeah, it is.
Very slow down there. What's that? It's kind of the fine leg area. Goes down in a dip where me and Rash can't quite see the ball. And then we're expecting to press our little machine with the 4 on, and it all of a sudden pops up on the other side and hasn't quite made the rope. So really slow area of the outfield there, where they're struggling to find the boundary, but maybe sums the innings up a little bit for Australia anyway. Struggling to find the boundaries. Panicasio drives one there on the leg side to what, mid-off, deep mid-off, and they've just run 2 there. So a bit more urgency about the Australian running that time. But they certainly could do with putting a few more on the board here. Although we say that, you know, it's a quality bowling outfit they bring with them as well, isn't it, the Aussies? So, you know, I'm sure... Oh, it's a good little sweep. Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, I thought he caught that. Played the sweep shot. I thought he'd clubbed it for 4, but he's missed it. And as Rash says next to me, he's down the leg side, so that'll be called a wide. Yeah, the same mantra we always say, or I always think in cricket, is wait till both teams have had a dabble on the wicket. And as we know from this summer, the Australians do know how to bowl as well as bat. Catch. Oh, he's dropped it. That's the first chance gone down. Panicasio chipped that up there. To what's that? Mid-on. And it's mid-wicket. It's just bounced out of his hands. And that's the first chance, to be fair, that the chairman and his 11's put down, and they'll be annoyed about that. That could have been a big wicket there. Old TP going early.
Yes, in the fielder's defence, it was hit pretty sharpish to him. Ball above his head. Got both hands to it, though.
They've not put those chances we have. That was almost a full toss, kind of way over pitch, that delivery there from the football pitch end. And a swing by the Australian batsman just wasn't quite middled, you know. A couple of other games we've seen, that's straight over the boundary for 4, and they just haven't been putting those away today.
No, it's been quite a funny one to watch, Matt. There is a context, of course. This is their 4th game of the week. It's got the famous Richie Menno score of 2-2-2. So there will be a bit of fatigue, of course. They had 2 games, Wednesday, Thursday, in blistering temperatures.
Just reminding me of our degrees there, Rash, with the 2-2. Call it a Desmond when you get a 2-2. Shout out to the UOG Sports Journalism who got their marks last week. Me and Mason managed a 2-1, which is a miracle, but hope you're all pleased with your marks, and sit back and enjoy your summer holidays now.
Ah, congratulations, Matt. And to Owen, of course. And what's your degree in, Matt?
Sports journalism. I'm waiting for the reply. Sports journalism for the University of Gloucestershire. Thanks to all our tutors and people who have helped us along our way. Sure, I speak for everyone when I say that. And good luck on the job hunt now for the team. Oh, nearly got that there, didn't he? Just driven back there, and they're going to go for 2. Throws coming in. Oh, sent back by Panicasio. That's a remark of that quality field we've seen all day. As I treat Rush to some quality football here on telly, the mighty Reds, my team, showing how it should be done in a red shirt. Not like that stuff from Sheffield you watch, is it?
Sheffield Wednesday nil.
Yeah.
As more commonly known. You know you're a Liverpool fan, Matt.
Yeah, afraid so.
Goodness me.
Oh. Gonna run 2 there. Fortunately, that was the skipper there with one of the few misfields today. Just almost dived over the ball there, Nigel.
Well, he went down in stages, didn't he? Bless him, Nigel Moore.
They're just looking a little bit tired. It has been warm out there, though, hasn't it? 45 overs in this heat. A little bit of quiet, kind of tired mistakes coming up here. If they can just keep it under 240 like Rush said, that's a fantastic effort. I think it's been a fantastic effort. No matter what happens, they really have. I say this is as much trouble as we've seen Australia have against the bowling and fielding side this summer. And it would be lovely to see what the reaction is. Interesting for us to see going into the next 3 ODI games, how they react to this, the Aussies. I don't think that was that wide there, Rash. I think that was just a good shot. It wasn't leg side, he's turned it. He's gone wrong end there again as well. Should have gone bowler's end. Bookie was aware. I don't think that was terribly offline. I think it was a good shot there by the batsman who just turned it onto the leg side, and I think they ran 3 there, didn't they?
Yes, they did, Matt. Jeff Patterson. End of the over then. $228 for 8 Australia.
Look like you leaving the pub on your bike there, Ash. That little girl cycling in front of the scoreboard there. Although she looks a bit more stable than you leaving the pub.
Well, it's 19 steps from my front door to our local pub. 42 coming back, mind.
Yeah, one more over here, Chairman's 11. Let's keep this tight. Nigel sticking with the same bowler as last time at that football end, which we've not really had an update yet on the... Getting an update from Lords, 164 for 6. Root and Smith have just gone, so England in a bit of trouble there with a day to go. We're here watching the Chairman's 11 give Australia a real appeal there. And had a swing at that there. Just missed it, clipped the pad, but again, Noel Ford not interested. It's Jeff Patterson, wasn't it? Had a swing, missed, wrapped his pad. Wicketkeeper was the only one to go up, to be fair. You just see Panicasio here just taking his guard, left-handed. Last over, they're going to look to... Oh, clip if everyone missed that. Just popped up off of the keeper's pads. Panacasio's had a little giggle at that one. They all missed it. They'll be looking to get a few of these away end of this final over. 2-2-2 for 8. Last over of the day for the Chairman's 11. Over to the batsman after this against that formidable Australian attack. Oh, that's a bit short. He's dumped him. Yeah, great glove work again. Absolutely man of the match so far for me. This Anton Luton's been on fire behind the stumps. Great replay caught for you by Benny. Absolutely ripped it out the ground there.
You haven't got a second with this chap behind the stumps, have you, Rash?
Excellent. Excellent from him. Excellent from Benny as well. Well done, Benny.
I presume we're going to see Pete O'Reilly back in as they've run out of... without that retirement, Rash, they would have not made their overs. So to save face, I think they're going to send Mr. O'Reilly. I think he was in the sauna chilling out, wasn't he, with his pads off and all sorts. They've said, best towel down, Pete, you're back out there. We haven't managed to make the 45.
Yes, it is indeed. 50 down in his back. Radar, as is affectionately known, after the character in MASH. Wonderful series that was. And there he was, minding his own business. Up on the pavilion, feet up.
Another bit of shot field in there from the chairman's 11. Coming to the end of this over, and they'll be absolutely delighted with this. 2-2, 9 for 9, which I think might be 230 now when that scoreboard updates. Pete O'Reilly's come back in on his 50. He'll not want to lose his wicket, he'll want to carry his bat for the day. That's just hoiked over leg side. There is a fielder out there, again well fielded. Taking a sharp 2 there. Oh, O'Reilly. You can see those hammies are stiffened up in that break, haven't you? As that's the struggle to run through there to get that 2.
He looks absolutely shattered.
Yeah.
He's just gone back out.
Well, he was in the bath reading the Sporting Life. What do you expect? You can't blame him. Yeah, I think that's the last ball as Noel Ford takes the bails off. And the players are going to come in for lunch. And we wrap that up. So Australia, 232, 45 overs batted out. Thanks to Peter O'Reilly coming back in. And that's a little bit under par from what Rash told us. This is a chance to mention our sponsors. Australia 60s are proudly sponsored by Global Travel Management, Kingsgrove Sports, Exotic Cricket Tours, Solomon Flooring and National Tiles. Thank you for your support of the Australian over 60 side. Without you, these things couldn't happen. And England 60s are proudly sponsored by Stonehill, Sporter Tours, NV, Match Tech, The Jube and Clean Clad. And as those England players head back to the dressing room, you can imagine how warm and humid these changing room areas get after hours on the field. That's where Clean Clad's antimicrobial wall and ceiling panels make a real difference, actively reducing bacteria and odours all day long. So the England players will be enjoying that as they head back into the changing rooms. Again, the sportsmanship and camaraderie we've seen all summer. Lovely sight there with the kids clapping the players off. And as we break off for lunch, I think there's food for thought there for the Australia boys. Very low total to defend. Australia 233 after 45 overs. And we will see you after lunch.
sure that it's in HDMI in, not out. Because it's not coming out the screen, it's going into the screen. Right, to power that high brightness monitor. No, I have a cord and a plug that says CamMon on it. You'll find this in one of the camera bags, the camera boxes.
Usual hardware, isn't it?
Yeah. Here, you have power to the camera. I tend to tuck that in there so then it doesn't jiggle around when I do it fast. Here, you have zoom handle. Just admiring the van. This zoom handle I tend to use zoom handle 1. It works better than zoom handle 2.
Let me write that down because that's important info. That's the type of thing I need to
Either claims they both work, but it's not clear.
It's not.
Now, off of...
Wait. Yep.
Don't mess with my flow.
Sorry.
Off of this comes this little cord. This cord plugs into a hole that says remote.
Okay.
Alright? Right. Just, I know it's simple, but I've basically only ever put it up one leg.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't go more than that. I've got, this is from Cam Hardware. I found the best place to hook it on there. Anywhere else it slips and trips. That doesn't come off there. Then that's going to lead to wherever your power supply is.
Yeah.
And then the last thing, of course, would be you've got SDI
Have a word with the ground staff.
No. For God's sake. No.
Got a big fan in the living room we put on.
Yeah, okay.
You can run up between the kids. If you don't want to run chat now, I'll always go back. You're not interested. I'll run hard. I'll run hard.
And welcome back to Oakamoor Cricket Club. What an interesting lunchtime that was, Rash. Kids everywhere is the first thing I've got to mention. What a fantastic cricket club for an advert for the sport. There must have been 50, 60 kids knocking the ball around, and fair play to the Aussies. Got out there and did a bit of fielding with him, which the the kids absolutely loved. Had a chance to pull a couple of them aside. Very interesting, Rash. The take was the ball ain't coming onto the bat like they thought it was. Exactly what you said when they got here. They thought Brown outfield, Brown quick, hard pitch. They thought that it was going to come onto the bat a lot and be quick. It didn't. It was very slow off the wicket, and they were surprised that actually the first two bowlers were slower than the next two bowlers. So that kind of caught out batsmen 3, 4 and 5, that the next two were quicker than the first lot. So, but typical Aussie fashion, they're licking their lips saying, we got this, we can do this. I mean, I suppose you've got to have that confidence at that level, but I'm really looking forward to this, Rash. Seeing them defend that, a really good afternoon ahead of us.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Matt. Be interesting following that, Matt, if they change their approach going out there to field now. I mean, visually, having looked at the pitch, it's a very, very good pitch. Let's get that out of the way first. But I did think the ball would go onto the bat a bit more. Interesting that the Australians said it didn't. I wonder if it just concentrates their mind a bit more. Whether they'll bowl a bit fuller to counteract that. I would suggest that if you bowl short, it's just going to sit up and you've got all the time in the world. So probably a bit fuller to start off with.
Well, actually, Rash, the funny thing of you saying that is the Aussie said, if anything, it kept low. Darren said he's had a bit of a chat with the batsman because he, same as we said, he said, I was amazed how many swing and misses there were. Yeah. As Terry Beck gets us underway with the first ball of the innings. As soon as they came in, he said, how many swing and misses are you having, lads? And they all said, it's staying low. And then he said to them, well, if the line isn't changing, you should just be getting over it and playing on top of it. And so, yeah, just flummoxed them a little bit out there today, I think. And like you said, it'll be interesting now knowing the wicket and they've seen it. As I said, in typical Aussie fashion we've seen all summer, they're absolutely chomping at the bit to get and defend this total because having seen it, they really fancy their chances. And we know how ferocious they are in field and bowling attack. And I think it's going to be one of the most exciting afternoons of cricket we've had so far, watching them defend this total.
So left-handed Jeremy Page from Bedfordshire. And Hugh Rogers, a non-striker at the moment from Cornwall.
Well, he was the interesting one, Jeremy, because he said this is a Cornish wicket. It's exactly how they look in Cornwall. They look quick and hard, and they bounce low and slow. So he was really looking forward to this innings, thinking he's got. He said that's a Cornish wicket, that is. In my non-Cornish accent.
But it was very uncharacteristic, Matt. We were sitting here and, you know, we were saying it live on air. I've never seen so many plays and misses by the Australian batsmen, so I certainly would explain it.
Well, that's the game of cricket, though, isn't it, Rashes? You know, there's always some variable that if it was easy, we'd all be scoring hundreds and taking fifers. So there's always some variable that puts a spanner in the works. It's as Dougie just said, it's how you deal with it. And I say their attitude is superb. They're really looking forward to defending this.
Well, the variable thing is right, Matt, because going back to Thursday, you look at the pitch at Stratford. That was, at first glance, it didn't appear to be a good wicket at all. Saying it was going to break up and deteriorate, and it was going to be difficult to bat on in the second innings, and it may offer a bit of turn for the spinners. It just didn't happen. It was flat as you like, and the Australian batsmen had no problems whatsoever.
After your cracking performance. Is that all right? Just make sure when you talk that's touching your lip because it's a close mic, all right?
So after that first over from Terry Becks, it's going to be Jeff Patterson from the scoreboard end. His first delivery, just played back down the pitch, and there's no run.
The opening bat that's facing now is my Cornwall co-captain, Hugh Rogers.
That's going to be close if it hits. And you heard the sweet dulcet tones of Cornwall's wicket-keeper. Anton, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
It's a sparkling day with the gloves.
I thoroughly enjoyed myself out there.
Yeah, it's good fun. Good experience as well coming against these Australians, but you kept wicket very, very well. Nice catch down the leg side, good stumping as well. All in all, a pretty good day.
We won't talk about the 3 I dropped.
Well, it's good to have you alongside as Patterson comes in again. And Rogers just plays that back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Well, I think my grandson Harlan is listening from, or watching from down in Cornwall, so a special hello to Harlan.
Me and Matt were just talking, Anton, you're very close to the action, obviously behind the stumps. What did you think to the wicket? I did my pitch report, and I didn't think it was a bad wicket at all. I thought it was very good for the batsman, and I thought the ball had probably come on to the bat a bit more, but it didn't appear to do so. But there didn't also appear to be any noticeable movement off the seam.
I think the wicket was a bit slower than what it looked like to start with. A bit low. Yeah, a bit low and slow. But apart from that, it played quite well.
Brilliant bit of fielding by Graham Pavey there. As Rogers gets off the mark with a very classy looking off drive, but well fielded. End of that Patterson over then. Just a single coming from it. Chairman's 11-2 without loss.
Also like to say hello to all my Cornwall teammates down there that I play alongside. It's a real privilege to play against the Aussies. Yeah, so hello to all of you, and we'll see some of you on Tuesday.
Yes, we're back to the grind of the county championship. Who have you got on Tuesday?
We're hosting Wiltshire down at Perranporth.
Oh, a lovely part of the world.
– 17 out of the 18 holes are blind.
Well, Anton and Matt is chatting away. Matt, the next pro golfer, of course. And, you're still playing club cricket, Anton? If you are, I'll give you a shout out to your local club.
Yes, I play for a little village club called Tideford that play on the Port Elliot estate, just about 6 miles in to Cornwall from the Tamar Bridge. We field 2 league teams on a Saturday. We've got a ladies softball team. We play a couple of teams in indoor league in the winter, and we run some junior sections in under 11, 13 and 15, although it's quite difficult getting fixtures together for junior cricket at the moment for whatever reason.
Just another single.
I've got to say what a great turnout and great hospitality Oakamoor Cricket Club have put on here for us today.
Yeah, here. My 3rd visit here, and it gets better every time you come. There's Bex in again. Still full of living nicely, tucked round the corner. Going to be runs there. Well fielded in the end by Jeff Patterson. I think it's down there. It is, yeah. Very good bit of fielding. That ball was travelling. Had to make ground to his left. Yes, it's a wonderful, wonderful setup here, Anton. Loads of people all round the ground to my right and left and in the pavilion.
And such a warm welcome we've had from everyone.
Yes, there's a reason why the England management team keep coming back to this venue. It really is a very, very nice place to play and watch cricket. Everybody here looks after you extremely well. So 3 overs gone here. Chairman's 11, 4 without loss. Jeff Patterson to continue from the scoreboard end. Just give us an indication. I mean, when you got the phone call, receiving that, just break off as Patterson comes in and just played back down the pitch. And there's no run. Receiving that phone call or communication, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? It's an instant yes if you can make it.
I thought it was a wind-up at first. But yeah, as the day wore on, it sunk in what a privilege it is to come and play in a game like this.
Yes, it's a great honour to be selected. And have you been following the series, the Ashes series so far?
I haven't, to be honest.
Oh, let's go.
He bowled him.
Got him. Well, just see that on the replay. It's the prod forward. Now then.
Well, he wasn't bowled, was he?
He certainly wasn't bowled. Well, I'm looking around. I can't speak to the umpires. I really don't know.
Can we see the replay?
Well, a bit perplexed, folks. Obviously, I can't go back and review that. But it didn't look, from when we saw it on the replay immediately afterwards, that the ball hit the stumps. Anyway. Chairman's 11 was the first wicket. Well, it's gone down as caught by the wicketkeeper. And it's your mate Hugh, I'm afraid. He's back in the pavilion. So Rogers caught Orlando Bowl, Patterson for 1. Yeah, apologies for that, folks. It really wasn't clear at all.
Our number 3 is Steve Luffman from Devon. Someone I play against regularly. He's a good hard-hitting bat and will run fast between the wickets.
That's a lovely shot. Well, a very stylish shot from Luffman, but straight to the fielder. You play him Devon a couple of times a year then, Anton, is it?
We play each county in our group home and away, so yes, we play everyone twice.
And it's a busy old time, that county. I mean, it's a real slog, isn't it?
Well, I've been playing seniors cricket for the last 16 years, I think, and it's by far the cricket I enjoy the most. Better than my club cricket. Don't tell the guys down in Tydeford that. But we get to play on some lovely grounds around the country against players of our own age, and they're good players. They're representing their county, so there's a lot of respect and a lot of fun had.
Yeah, well said. Up and down the country. Most Tuesdays, I think the fixtures are for the 60s. Led by signal by umpire Ford. Just one more to the total then. 6 for 1. And where are Cornwall in the table at the moment? In the southwest region, is it?
Yeah, it'll be the southwest region. I think we're sitting third in the table behind Wales and Gloucestershire.
Oh, well. The Wales team will be playing Australia next week. Gloucester are a very, very strong outfit, of course. Home county of the England skipper Ed Gordon-Lennox and Razzie Ahmed, among others. Rob Austin as well, who's today he's a Gloucester player.
Yeah, we play against Gloucestershire as well, so I know those boys pretty well.
So, early proceedings here. This chairman's 11 pursuit. 233. And Terry Beck's not giving much away. Only full and straight.
Yes, I think that'll be the difference today. This Australian team won't give you too many freebies.
Well, they certainly make you work for your runs, Anton. That's one of the things. And they do it in a combination of ways. Good tight bowling, of course, but backed up by very, very good fielding. And they're challenging you as batsmen.
I'm always up for a challenge.
Well, another good over by Terry Becks. You said you were playing senior cricket for a long time, Anton. What's been the most significant change in the last few years? I mean, it's the take-up the over 60s is just ridiculous, the amount of registered players that there are. I think it's over 3,500. That's an appeal for LBW. That's going to be close. Yeah. It looked close first off. Just going to have a look on the replay. It wasn't very far forward. Luffman hit him just above his ankle, really.
To answer your question, yes, there's been a huge take-up in seniors cricket. In 2016, Cornwall only had one 50s team. We now have 3 50s teams, 2 60s teams and a 70s team. So it's just gone berserk. And I'm going to have to leave you there because I've got to go and get some pads on. It's been a delight talking to you. Thank you.
No problems, Anton. You're more than welcome. Well, thank you to Anton Luton, the Cornwall wicket keeper. So the chairman's 11, 2 quick wickets. And 2 for Jeff Patterson. Matt Evans rejoins us. Bang, bang then, Matt.
Yes, the plot thickens, isn't it? A couple of early ones, just what the Aussies would have wanted. I just bumped into Darren Smith on the balcony. I made a great point. It's just clouded over a little bit. And I said, I haven't seen Patterson bowling much. He said he swings it both ways and gets it moving. And this cloud cover, he thinks it's just starting to do a bit here. He's well up for it. Even on the sidelines, he's shouting Aussie, 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 and cheering the boys up. But it's only what the chairman's 11 would have expected. They're not going to roll over and give you a victory, this Australia team. We've talked about it many times. They've got to get a partnership out there, build it, work on it, see if they can get something going. I haven't looked at your screen yet, so I don't know if there's a Jeremy Page out there batting, and that's not updating again, so yeah. But you can hear from the claps and the cheering again. A lot more vocal than anything we heard from the chairman 11, and they had a good session. But such great team spirit and camaraderie out there. They'll be really up for chasing this total down and defending it. The Aussie team. So what's that, end of the 5th or 6th? End of the 6th, they're 8 for 2. So they haven't quite got the ball away yet, or found the line and length that they can play shots to the chairman's 11. Hoping to do so. And Aussies will be looking to defend it no more than Terry Beck, who's been flinging the ball down there at some pace. The chairman's 11 just struggling to pick his deliveries at the moment and score off them. So Rash is going to have a little break, as I'm joined at the table by Graham Taylor.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, Graham. Welcome on board to the common teams. A great innings, wasn't that, for the chairman 11?
That was very good. We thought they were going to get a higher score than that, so we held them back to 2-3-3. So quite pleased.
Yeah, and I was saying that's as good a fielding display as we've seen this summer against the Australians. The lowest total apart from Fairbairn, where the wicket played a big part in it. And as your skipper just said, great spell of bowling at the end by yourself.
Thank you. Yeah, it's never good coming on at the end. We just want to keep the runs down. No boundaries off mine at the last 3, so that's pleased. And a wicket.
Yeah, it's again, this is the tightest spell of Australian batting we've seen, down to your bowling, and the fewest boundaries we've seen. They were saying the ball was staying a bit low. You know, we came here and Rash said it's a hard, quick pitch. It wasn't quite coming onto the bat and staying low occasionally. Did you see a bit of that out yourself?
Yes, well, my pace, nothing really goes on quick. But no, it's just keep a line of length and hopefully don't give them too much. Thankfully, the one that he did pick up, he picked the fielder out quite well at long on.
Yeah, and what was the chat in the dressing room at tea?
Well, T is that he kind of gave the top 6 batsmen and hoped that would be all.
Skipper must be pleased with it as well out there, though. I mean, that's a fantastic number to keep the Aussies down to.
Yes, that's how they're going. They just didn't accelerate. They kept going around that 5 and over and didn't go strong at the end, which you see so many times. They build an innings and then get 50 off the last 5, but nothing near that today.
No, that's down to your bowling and fielding. We were saying that last 5 at the 40 over mark, we've seen them go hell for leather before this summer and had a kind of 50, 60, 70 on. So credit to your bowling at the death. And
yeah, thank you. That's good.
Yeah, no, brilliant. Yeah,
that's never. That's always a concern, kind of coming back at the end. But yeah, give a bit of variety from what they're used to, and held them down to a low score. So just hope it's low enough for us to get to.
Yeah, so obviously on that note, you've lost a couple of early wickets. The pitch is obviously still doing a little bit. Darren Smith was just saying this cloud come over. Their bowl at this end, Patterson likes to swing it a bit. The 2 batsmen return. Have they said anything? Is it behaving differently?
I haven't spoken to the batsmen as they've come off. No, they've got to say they experienced bowlers. They're keeping a good tight line and good length, so it's difficult to get away.
And do you know what number you're batting at? Do you get told that, or just see how it goes at the end of the over?
I think I've been given number 10. So see, that might be the time when you last in and got to go for it.
You're hoping the job's done by then, obviously.
Yeah, I would say, always like to be there if you hit the winning runs, but the way things are, we're probably going to all get a chance to bat.
Yeah, they're a good bowling and fielding outfit. You can hear them clapping and cheering and really spurring each other on as Patson just comes in with another delivery. Well,
we're picking out the fielders quite well. If we could score points for picking the fielders out, we'd be miles ahead.
Flying, yeah. So yourself personally, you're from Norfolk. Like, what club do you play for? What's your cricketing background?
That's a local club. We renamed ourselves as the sports club we were playing for. Decided they weren't interested in cricket in their club anymore. So the team's called Wensum Cricket Club. So we're just on the west side of Norwich and playing Norfolk League Division 2 East. So it's kind of regionalised in Norfolk because it's quite a widespread county. We're doing quite well. So we're second now. Lost two games so far this year, but just 1 point ahead of third. So it's good. It's second tier in Norfolk cricket.
And that's not over 60s, that's just normal club cricket, is it?
Club cricket, yes.
Yeah. So that's fantastic. You're playing that at your young old age, still keeping some of the youngsters out the side?
That is, trying to get more youngsters involved, but a lot of them are, unfortunately, kind of the young married and new young families, so it's trying to get a consistent 11 week in, week out is always difficult. It's good if when families come along and the youngsters spend the afternoon playing, they thoroughly enjoy themselves. So it makes it a bit easier. But now I've played local cricket there since introduced from school, 16 years old. Had a short spell away when the family were young, but soon got back into it and enjoyed it ever since. And certainly the senior cricket.
I was going to say, how did the seniors cricket come about? How did that evolve?
Well, I certainly heard they were holding outdoor nets, so I went along when I was 53. Was greeted by a couple of people asking if I was over 60. I think they were trying to get me into the team if I was that age, but they had to wait. But now I'm captain of the Norfolk over 60s, so that's a good privilege.
And we've heard about the regions and the leagues in the over 60s county championship. Very tough standard. Rash tells us as one's just nudged onto the leg side there for a single for the chairman's 11. Who's in your area? Who do you play against?
Well, we've got the strong team of Essex. I'd say the team to beat, but Bedfordshire are currently above them in the league. They beat them recently. So it's Bedfordshire, Essex, Suffolk, Cambridge, and Leicestershire. I hope I haven't forgotten anybody.
You'll be in trouble if you have.
Yes, I have. Northamptonshire.
Northampton, there you go. Cool. And then, obviously, honour of getting the call up for this. When did you hear about playing for the chairman's 11?
That was a few weeks ago. So that's a nice email to receive. I had a trial earlier this year for the England setup. There's seeing people who've put themselves forward. And I again been leading wicket taker for the county over 60s. So I had a game not that far away from here. So they had a look at me, and obviously it's nice to now have the opportunity to play in kind of international match.
Yeah, and how much of an honour is that? You know, especially facing a fantastic opponents like the Australians, you must be really proud.
Yes, very proud. I think the best coming from Australia over 60s. That's the thing. Last year we kind of burgled our way into the top two in our set, so we end up playing against the likes of Yorkshire and Lancashire, Warwickshire and Leicestershire, and a number of those have England regulars. So it's good to compete against them and just show what you can do.
Yeah, it's always good to showcase yourself against the best. Now, was there a noticeable step up when you played at Yorkshire, Lancashire, those kind of counties that are considered better?
Yeah, there's unfortunately we didn't win against them, but there's one up at Lancashire. We worried them, came on towards the end and got 4 wickets. So that's nice to get that, and some of the players who are playing for England, and you get their scalp. That's always nice. But yes, it's always tough, but that's enjoyable. It's nice to spend my Tuesdays now. Good reason to retire.
Yeah, a lot worse things to be doing with your time. And is there any? I mean, there's obviously a desire to get into the full England setup, but is it really tough? Are the players above you that much better, or do you think you've got a chance?
There is a strong core players. I mean, you can see from the England squad that they've got in the Lions. I think it's 30 odd players, and to shift or make inroads onto that squad, you'd have to really be extra consistent and prove yourself. But that's good. The older we get and the longer we can keep going, who knows?
Yeah, just for the people that don't really follow that, what's a week look like for you? You'd say you play Tuesdays, and then is it Saturdays? Is that the only thing you do, or do you do training?
Tuesdays and Saturdays, Saturday League. There's the odd midweek T20 games, but some of those have fallen on a Tuesday, which I think they've realised that he won't be able to play on a Tuesday. We'll have a game on a Tuesday. But now, and the other aspect I've got into, slightly digress, is pickleball. That's been playing that regularly, and it's amazing. You're not running around, but how fitter I've got playing that for the last 2 years, and the hand-eye coordination certainly has improved my health.
Wow, fantastic. So good tip for the over 60s. It's taken off as quick as paddle, hasn't it? Paddle's the other one that people are getting into, and pickleball's for the more senior players, and it's boosted your health a lot, you reckon?
Yeah, you say the senior players, but we're playing, as youngsters in the 20s, and you're playing against them, and it's normally doubles. Singles, yeah, that is for the youngsters.
But doubles, no, you can still compete with people half your age or even younger.
And how would you best describe pickleball? I've never actually played it myself. I've done paddle, but not pickleball. But it's slightly different, isn't it?
It is. It's badminton-sized court and kind of plastic aerated ball. But so it's kind of a bit like short tennis, but you can't get right close to the net to volley. So that's where the skill is in trying to control what you do with the ball. So same thing, batting-wise, getting your touch and feel on how things work.
Well, you're here first, kids. Get into pickleball and improve your fitness from from Graham Taylor. Anything else you do in your spare time? Any hobbies that you keep you busy?
Those are the main things that keep me busy. Because even that, I might be playing 3 or 4 times a week, and that with cricket. Again, training again Thursday nights as well. If we haven't got any games, help preparing the pitch where we play with the team that we ground share with. So during the summer, that keeps me fairly active.
You were saying you struggle for youngsters. Today was fantastic, wasn't it? What, 70 kids just having a knockabout in the half time there for the kids. Do you have that sort of junior setup at your club?
No, unfortunately we don't. Now the larger, more established clubs around the Norwich area, they've commandeered all that. They've got the coaching structure and everything there. We're quite fortunate if people kind of lose interest in that big club structure, that we'll pick them up for the more kind of social experience of playing cricket rather than the more serious multi-team club structure.
Oh, that's amazing. Well, thank you for your time. Graham Taylor, everyone. Best of luck batting number 10. I hope we sit here and watch you smash the winning runs over the boundary. And again, thank you so much for your time and well bowled and fielded.
Thank you. That was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
That was Graham Taylor, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic insight there to cricket round the Norfolk region. And a bit of pickleball to get yourself healthy, apparently. So heard it here first from Graham Taylor. He had a superb bowling spell at the end there. No boundaries off his last 3 overs, which really curtailed this Australian total and has given them something to aim at. They are being very frugal with their runs here in the field, and again superbly pounced on there by the Aussie fielders. And Terry Beck's putting a spell in here. They're just we're in the 11th over. They're 16 for 2. So they've got to be careful, the chairman's 11. They've got to get some runs on the board and start playing a few shots, but I couldn't vouch for anyone. That's easier said than done against this Aussie attack. We've seen it all summer long, and it is quite formidable as Bex throws one down. He's nicked that. He's got an edge on that, and Claude Orlando has had a rare miss there, and it's gone for 4 runs. Very rare to see that from Claude Orlando. I don't think we've got a replay, but that was a definite nick that went through between keeper and first slip. And after Graham Taylor and Terry Beck's delivery here, we welcome back Rash Ramood, who had his little break there. How was Anton in the chat? I didn't get a chance to ask you.
Yeah, he's a top bloke. Very proud of his cricket down in Cornwall. So the chairman's 11 struggling a bit. Very welcome boundary in the last over. I don't think Page knew much about it, however. Genuine edge. Flew past Claude Orlando. But 21 for 2 they are then. And Jeff Patterson, he's going to continue from the scoreboard end. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 4 runs so far for Patterson. And I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the Silver Stumps podcast. Good old Trevor, one of the hosts. Trevor Lee. Thanks for getting in touch, Trevor. Fingers crossed we'll be seeing Trevor and Grant on Friday. But he mentions that Jeremy Page is one of the most prolific run scorers in 50s and 60s cricket. Over 8,000 runs in the county championship for Bedfordshire. He's also had 25 centuries. So when I was saying that these are good players, they are good players. But this is a real test for them, a real step up from the grind of the county championship. And it's hard going for them at the moment. And Rob Austin, he's no slouch either. Well, it's in the air, uppishly, wide of Butler at mid-wicket. Well, that's a good chase, though. Good chase and a good throw.
And Chris Dennis has been on the chat here. Rash saying, say hello to Anton. Ask him if he brought the flag. He's saying he was proud of his Cornish heritage. I haven't seen the Cornish flag around, I have to say.
No, I've just... no, we can see the Aussie flags back to our left. Can't see the Cornish flag.
I mean, up to this point, he has been busy wicket keeping, so. Just what they need here, Rash, a partnership to spend a bit of time in the middle, get a bit of confidence, have a look at the bowlers and hopefully start knocking some runs off.
Yes, it's been a very circumspect start for the Chairman's 11, obviously losing the two early wickets. Doesn't help your cause at all. I don't know if Page has got a problem. He's flexing his right knee. We're having a bit of a discussion with his batting partner. But I think when we see the first change, I think it's going to be spin heavy, obviously, with no likes of Stuart Ridge not playing today. Bill Blair taking a rest. You've got Terry Becks, but I think it's probably going to be the likes of Tony Panacasio, Muggleton, Peter Judd, and we may see Stephen Butler. I mentioned that earlier on. Might see Stephen. Can't recall him bowling on this tour so far, but a more than useful bowler as Becks is in again. And Page just plays that nicely out into the offside, but straight to Graham Pavey.
And you wouldn't have heard Graham Rash, but he was saying they're just finding the fielders too much. I mean, we need to find the gaps, but we can vouch for how hard that is when you're playing against the Aussies. They seem to have a knack of putting those fielders in the right places. That's a fantastic pull hook shot there from Chairman's 11 batsmen, getting them 4 runs on the board. Much needed boundary.
Well, the bowlers are asked to bowl to the field, which is why it's very, very difficult. But that was a nice shot by Page. It's wide of mid-wicket. It's a direct result. Changes on that leg side. Peter Judd comes out from his position. Into an orthodox square leg. You've got mid-wicket, which is Stephen Butler, going on to the boundary. And Tony Panicasio, wide mid-on. Oh, that's a beautifully timed shot, and even the likes of Graham Pavey, who's a greyhound himself, couldn't get anywhere near that beautiful shot through the offside by Page for 4.
That was as good a time drive as we've seen today, Rash. That's absolutely superb. Straight through the gap between the two fielders. Perfect, just what we were talking about. He's definitely flexing that right knee, isn't he? And having a little feel of it every time he's batting. And I guess as a left hand, it's the foot you kind of plant down. And if he's feeling a bit of discomfort, goes for that drive again, but a bit more straighter behind the bowler. And there's an Aussie misfield. There's one for the archives.
Yes, Paul Matthews out there.
That's under the 12th over. Chairman's 11, 36 for 2. And you see on your screens there, look, he's really working that almost thigh area. I don't know if he's taken a knock on it. You can see he's wearing a thigh pad. I know it's just struck underneath the thigh pad, but he's definitely having a few issues there. He's on 17, and they wouldn't want to lose anyone through injury here, the Chairman's 11. It's not too late yet. They've still got a lot of wickets in hand and can chase this down quite easily if they get going. And obviously, Jeremy Page would be a big player in that chase. Of course, Rob Austin's at the other end, Rash. That's one of our Gloucestershire brothers flying the flag. That's another great shot. He's absolutely middled that. That never left the deck and went like a tracer bullet. 4 runs.
Yeah, quality. Overpitched by Patterson. You've got to cash in when you get those deliveries. And Jeremy Page certainly did. And as Matt said, straight along the ground. Tony Panicasio didn't have far to go to try and cut that off. With that boundary, Page moves on to 21. The Chairman's 11, 40 for 2. Nice, nice from Page again. Long chase for Terry Beck. Just turned off his hip. 2 more to him. It was uppishly this time. Not the most convincing of shots, but no harm done. as Doug Murphy does the fielding out in the deep. On the leg side, one more to Page. As the field changes over for the right-hander. Still a very pleasant afternoon here at Oakamoor. Sun's just dipped behind the clouds. It's still very, very warm indeed. So, a change at the football pitch end. Tony Panicasio. He replaces Terry Becks. Been having a good time of it recently, Tony. Striking in his first over in the last couple of matches. And a pretty decent over to start with. Will take us up to the 15 over mark. The chairman's 11, 45 for 2. As drinks are going to be taken here. Jeremy Page, he's 25 not out. His batting partner, Rob Austin, is 12 not out. 2 wickets to fall. The first wicket was Hugh Rogers, caught by the Aussie stumper Claude Orlando off the bowling of Jeff Patterson for 1. And then Steve Luffman, LBW, without scoring. Again, off the bowling of Jeff Patterson. Well, while the drinks break is on, folks, once again, big thank you to our sponsors. The England sponsors Stonehill Sports, Sporter Tours, NV Play, MacTech, The Jube and Clean Clad. And Clean Clad, defending more than just wickets, defending hygiene. Many thanks for your continued and loyal support. And our Australia sponsors, again, many thanks for your continued support of the Australian team. GTM, Global Travel Management, Kingsgrove Sports, Exotic Cricket Tours International, Solomon's Flooring and National Tiles. Thank you on behalf of the Australian team and management for your continued and loyal support. So it's going along quite nicely here now, Matt. 44 for 2. Loss of 2 early wickets, of course, but good rebuilding taking place.
Yeah, you took the word out of my mouth. Rash rebuilding, and that's what they need, a partnership just to stay out there for a few overs, get confident. They've obviously got to up the run rate because at the moment they're not going to get close to, what's that, 44 times 3 would be what, 4, 8, 12, 120, 132 that would be. So they've got to up it a bit. Obviously the bowling will drop off as they get through the bowlers, and like we say, the batsmen stay out that longer, they'll get a bit of confidence and start playing their strokes. And bar that niggling injury, Jeremy Page looks like he's getting his eye in, playing a few more strokes. A couple of lovely drives he's hit there. If he can get a few more of them away, they'll be in here looking to chase down this total. But the Aussies again all in a circle, having a chin wag and discussing what the tactic is. And I believe you've got Mark Eames, who's on the England touring side of Lions, going to have a chat with Rash while we're... Oh, Rash is going to have a little break. I'm going to speak to Mark about his summer with the England cricket boys. So we welcome on board Mark Eames. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here.
You can obviously speak from first hand about this Australian side facing them with the Lions. What's your experience been so far this summer?
They're a very good side. I think that anybody who's played against them will tell you that they're very keen, very competitive, very determined, very skillful. They don't really have too many weaknesses, I think. They're strong in all departments. I think most importantly, they're strong in the field. They're quick to the ball, quick to release the ball. Unlike a lot of 60-year-olds, they have decent arms. They can throw some distance. They just make it difficult for you, every aspect of the game.
And did you play all 3 Lions games?
No, not all 3. I played the first one. Not the second one, and we played in the last one at Stratford this week, Thursday.
Yeah, and I mean, the Lions have put up as good a fight as we've seen anyone. All 3 games very close, and really I felt you were unlucky not to get at least one victory out of those 3 games.
I think most of the Lions would agree with you. I think we felt we were competitive. We didn't quite get over the line in the first one when we were chasing. The second game that I did go and watch, actually, even though I didn't play, again went down to the wire. Aussie were chasing this time, and I think they were 8 down from memory at the end, and had a couple of good partnerships at the end to get them over the line, which tells you something else again about the Australian side, that they do have strength in depth. They do believe that, and I think their results show that. I think also the second game that they played against the England side, when they were in heaps of trouble at 20 or 30 for 6 very early, and they still managed to get to 170, I think, 180, just shows that they do believe that they have strength and prove it when it matters.
Yeah, and we've had Anton and Graham Taylor over here talking about the over 60s setup, and you just saying how close the Lions ran Australia in the 3 games just shows the strength and depth of this England over 60 squad at the moment.
They may have said there's a squad of 30 for this summer, just at 32 I think it is, and I think to a large degree there's interchangeability between the first team and the second team. The first team have only played 2 games so far, and the Lions have finished their programme. But there is a lot of strength in the batting, there's a lot of strength in the bowling. But not quite, certainly from the Lions' point of view, not quite sustainable. For over the whole game. I think we've challenged them for large periods of each of the games. I think when you're a touring side, it tends to bond you and to gel you into a unit. Perhaps a little bit more, and perhaps just that extra edge, that extra 5% that a composite side as the Lions is, and has had a number of components to it, even over only 3 games. It does just sort of steel you in those difficult moments when a game is in the balance.
Do you think that's something they should look forward to changing in the future, make you a bit more of a 12-man unit so you can have that kind of bonding and team spirit that the Aussies show in abundance?
I would say not that easy. When you're having been on the Australian leg over the winter, once you've got a party of 16, 17, 18 people, that's your focus for the next 30 days, and you're sort of fully committed, fully sold to that ethos and to that desire to win every game that's in front of you. When you're the home side and you're not travelling around the country as a unit in a bus with the same group of people every time, it does become a little bit of a different mentality. You're not with the same group of people all the time. You're most likely popping in and out of work in between games, popping to your county to play once a week in between games as well. So it doesn't quite have the same feel. It would be nice to go through a 3-game series with a squad of people. With a squad of 12 people or 13 people or however many, but I don't know whether that's realistic. With a group of 60-year-olds and the various other things that come with being at home and all the other commitments that you've got.
Yeah, and you mentioned the county setup that you're obviously sporting your Warwickshire shirt there. Again, the boys have talked about how deep and the good and the high standard of cricket in the county setup. And you play in a region, because there's 4 or 5, is there, they said, in the county. Who are your opponents in your region?
It's changed. It's changed in each of the last 3 or 4 seasons actually, and I think because we sit in the middle of the country, it's a little bit easier to cherry pick and pull a side out and put it into a different region. But we've had this year. To answer your question, this year we've got Oxford, Staffordshire, Shropshire. They won't like the fact that I can't remember who they are. I can tell you.
Worcestershire, is that your...
Sorry, it is Worcestershire, yeah, and there's one more as well.
Not Gloucestershire.
Can't remember. Not Gloucestershire. Bucks are a new one in. Bucks are a new one into us this season. But in previous years we've had Leicester for the last 2 seasons, and they've gone out this year. We've had Northants who were with us for 2 or 3 seasons and left last year. Derbyshire went up into the North Group 3 or 4 seasons ago. So there's been a little bit of rotation, and this year we are with 6 teams. So we've got 5 other opponents, so we play 10 games. The other groups have all got 7 teams, and they play 12 games each year. So we're a little bit light in our campaign just this year. Our strongest games have been against Oxford, I think, both times, home and away. There wasn't much in either of the games. Staffs have been a strong opponent. We've only played them the once this year, and we actually got the better of them this time around. So Worcester have given us a decent game both times. It's a competitive league, but we have come out on top so far this season.
You're unbeaten, are you, at the moment?
We're unbeaten at the moment, yeah.
So you win your league there, and you go through into this cup knockout, and you meet the likes of Yorkshire and Lancashire. And is there a massive? I've heard they're the teams to beat. Is there a big? Do you notice the standard rise, or is it you up for it? You know, your team as good as them?
I think when you're playing the top teams of each or any of the groups, there's certainly a rise in standard. You're playing the best of the best one or two teams in all the other groups. So there's an expectation that will be the case. I think this year we go into the format's changed from last year, where we went into a second phase of groups, and were pitched against Team 1 and Team 2 of another group and played against them, and then ultimately there was a semi-final and a final. This year we just play the groups, and you go into a last 16, last 8 scenario. And I think for the last 16, rather than it being just a full-on draw, I think there's still an attempt to keep it regionalised so that you're not going too far across the country. But once you get into the last 8 scenario, you're sort of left with whoever's left in the tournament. So you really could be drawing anybody and going anywhere. The one benefit that you've got is if you keep winning your games and keep your win percentage high, is you get a home fixture, certainly in the first round, and then it depends who you're playing against and what their percentages are.
So we get to the end of the 17th over here. It's 53 for 2 for the chairman's 11. And I guess this is the $1 million question here, Mark. You've seen the Aussies. What would your tip be for the England team in the ODIs? What's the little nugget you could give them to get the better of them? And I know you said they're strong all round, but if you had one thing to give them some advice on, what would it be?
The Aussie teams that I've experienced, and that's not a big experience, other than having been there. They're quite good at putting pressure on you and making the key moments count. I think they see the way that the game is moving quite quickly, and they're able to react to that quite quickly. And I think one of the areas that we do focus on, and we would continue to be focused on, is trying to put that pressure back onto the opposition. They're human beings at the end of the day, just like us. But they're a unit. They do play the game as a unit. They bat, bowl and field as a unit. And there's always an expectation that 2 or 3 players on any given day are going to stand up and get the job done. It's hard work. I don't know that there's an easy answer to get it done, but it's a 50-50 race at the end of the day.
And on a personal note, you're obviously aspiring to get into the England first team, let's call it. How close are you to that? Do you feel you've performed well enough for that?
I think when you're in the group, you'd like to believe that there's every opportunity. I think anybody would say you've either got to take wickets or you've got to score runs, keep putting your name in the frame, and believe that there's an opportunity to come along. At 60, you have to fancy that there are injuries around the corner to almost anybody at any time. I think we all like to think that we're as fit as we can be, but we're all susceptible. So you never know. You never know.
And just finally, before we let you go, Mark, what's your feelings on this game? They've obviously had a couple of early breakthroughs. The run rate's a little bit low, but these two seem to be building a bit of a partnership now and eating into the total.
No, they're both playing very well. I think when you're in a situation like this, that there's another 100 and what are we looking at? Another 180 or so. 28 overs, so 5, as you say, 5, 6 and over or so, which doesn't sound so much at the moment, but they're quite good at squeezing and building the run rate, making it more difficult. Wickets is always the key. New guys coming in, it's not that easy to score at the rate right from the word go. But I think as a chasing side, you want to try and stay in the game as long as you can. If you've got wickets, even if the rate is at 7 or 8 and over, if you're going into the last 5 or 6 overs at that sort of rate, there's still pressure on the fielding side, and people do make mistakes from time to time.
Yeah, we did say. I mean, I've not seen a side make the Aussie score so less, and that's probably the best fielding bowling I've seen against the Aussie side. So they did a fantastic job in the field. It
was an excellent effort. Yeah, I think they'd be very pleased with the outcome there, particularly as a group of people who don't know each other well. It's not a county side. It's not a side that's practiced and trained together. As a captain of the side, you're not quite sure what your strengths are, who's bowling well, who's going to bowl well, what your best mixes of what your best combinations are of batting and bowling. So to restrict them to that is very good. They're obviously finding their way with the bat as well, and the guys won't have batted together very much. They're not county teammates. So far, it's looking very positive.
That's a lovely cut shot there, just out here. It's chased down again, that fielding we talked about. Ooh. Looked like a 4 to me, but hey ho. And just finally, what's the rest of the summer got for you? Obviously, you want to see you watch into the finals, and any personal goals you're hoping to achieve?
Well, there's 2 or 3 England games left against Australia, so hopefully participation. But if we're able to get to the games, that would be worth doing. There's a USA side coming to play both the England and the Lions side in the first half of August, so hopefully there's participation in as part of that group. There's a Tri-Nations tournament in the middle of September in the Midlands, Scotland and Wales, and again England and the Lions side. So there's still plenty of cricket, even alongside the county stuff that we're playing. It's to go with the weather. It's been a very good summer cricket-wise. We couldn't really be luckier as a group of 60-year-olds.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic summer for cricket, as you see that lovely drive there for another boundary for England. So I'll say thank you, Mark. Great insight. Thanks for coming over and giving us your time. It's always lovely to hear from new players at first hand.
My pleasure. Thank you very much indeed.
That's Mark Eames, ladies and gentlemen, an England Lions player, giving us great insight into the fantastic Warwickshire season so far and his time with the Lions this summer facing Australia. Really good to hear from these boys, and great insight from Mark Eames there, as cracking boundary struck there for the Chairman's 11, who move on to 63 for 2. And Rash fed and watered and refreshed as hopefully we'll see you through to the end of this and watch this fantastic chase. They're just getting a bit of partnership going, Rash.
They are indeed. 56, this partnership between Page and Austin. And it's been good, sensible cricket.
Owen's just let us know he's chilling by the sea and he's just had a dip, Rash. Tell Benny I've just had a dip in the sea to cool down, he said, if he's burning there at Oakamoor, watching the sunny pictures. So hope you enjoy your dip, Mason. Watch out for them sharks. Corfu's renowned for sharks.
Yeah, that'll concentrate his mind, won't it? Good to hear from Mark Eames, though. A classy left-hand opening batsman.
Yeah, the best bit that I enjoyed, Rash, was you could hear in his voice how kind of gutted they were not to get something from the Australia games, and we've been there and watched them, and I did feel they deserved one win. They ran them as close as anyone has this summer, all 3 games as well. It was a really tight contest, and they covered themselves in glory the way they performed against this good outfit.
That's a great shot. Austin just using his feet, lofted towards Steve Butler, who for a brief moment looked interested, but flew past him. As you see him disappear off the screen. Past the covers. So 4 more to the total. Yes, the England Lions are rightly proud of what they've achieved so far this summer. Arguably should have really won the first one, I think, all things considered, but from the hole they were in at 41 for 4, that's a 153 run partnership between Timor Alam and Simon Routh. And then that thriller at Outerbridge, well, that was twists and turns, and for a bit of luck I think they would have probably got home in that one as well. Stratford on Thursday, well, they battered well, posting a score of 260 plus. Not too shabby at all, but the Australians managed to chase it down. Oh, that's out, and that is terribly unlucky for Jeremy Page. It was smashed back by Rob Austin, and Matthews just managed to get his finger on it, and Page just out of his ground as it smashed back into the stumps. Very, very unlucky way to get out.
So unlucky, well, not what they needed. Just as that partnership was going, and again, fantastic sportsmanship. The first person over to him was Peter Judd, who just shook his hand and said, unlucky, mate, because that is a tough old way to get out. Very unlucky. He must have just got a hand to it. He was out his popping crease, and he's still holding that leg as he comes off, so I don't think he's in best shape. But that's a pity, because that partnership was just building there. Yeah, and on the Lions, right, I think a little swing here and there, they could have won all 3 of those games. To be honest, I mean that the Stratford one was really just down to the century by Darren Smith. I think that turned that game. Anyone scores a century that's going to kind of lean in your direction. And you say that nail biter at Ooty Bridge was fantastic. As I presume this is Mo Azam coming out to bat, joining my Gloucestershire boy who's still surviving. So after that bit of unluckiness for the chairman's 11, they are 67 for 3. We're in the 20th over. Just need to up the run rate, but like Markings just alluded to, you get a new batsman, that always curtails the run rate a little bit, so we need to see how quick Mo Azam can get going here, just to make that scoreboard tick over a little bit quicker.
I was just to the side when you were speaking with Eamesy, and I think one of the things that struck me as he was speaking was how difficult the Australians make it for you. You know, Mark was on tour with us in Australia over the winter. A fine half century, I think, against the President's 11, if I remember rightly, in Canberra. But he got an absolute brute of a ball at Barrel in the first one-day international, the Don Bradman Oval, from Mark Trafford Walker. It was horrible. Pitch bounced, seamed away, and well, I think I said on commentary, I defy anybody not to get a glove on that. It was just a horrible delivery. He was a good player, Mark Eames. You heard some insights from him of how difficult it is to face these Australians, isn't he? On it every single delivery. And to play cricket the right way, if you want to get to the top, that's the way you've got to do it. England are trying to do that. And of course, in that series, 1 apiece. Third game at Tame Cricket Club in Oxfordshire on Friday. And we shall be there for that, fingers crossed. Then Sparsholt and Royal Ascot to finish off the series.
The shot. I think that was Mo's first delivery, wasn't he? Just cuffed it straight over the bowler's head and 1 bounce and for 4. So if he's feeling that in form, he could be on for an interesting ride here. As that just makes Peter Judd shuffle the field round a little bit. There's not many people, I imagine, Rash, that just fancy popping TP over his head first ball.
No, you don't see it very often, but he famously got the hook in that second one-day international. And he comes back, he's got him. And there you go, as we see on the replay. He just has a knack of doing it. A wicket for him then. Hit straight back over his head, but comes back. So, short and sweet for Mo Azam. He's out for 4. Bowled by Tony Panicasio. The chairman's 11, 71 for 4.
He's done a Doug Murphy there, hasn't he? That's what that's called. 4 out.
Yes, as I was saying just before that delivery, it's not often Tony Panicasio gets dispatched over his head, but famously in that second one, the international at Caulfield, as I was saying, Paul Radage hit him for 3 sixes in an over. That got him the hook. But he's a very, very good bowler. I think what you saw there, Matt, is typical of the many wickets he gets. How many deliveries do you see clip the top of the bail? He gets bounce where you really shouldn't be getting bounce. But he just has a knack of taking wickets. Oh. Anton Luton comes out.
Just popping on his baseball-style mask that he favours for the batting. As he walks out there, and he had a fantastic time in the field with his glove work. He was down to him that 2 or 3 wickets were taken. And a really, really good spell, and had a nice chat with him, so he'll be looking forward to this. Saying that Cornish boys were saying it's like a Cornish wicket. Bit of low bounce, so let's see if he can get this partnership going with the Gloucestershire chap, Rob Austin, and give these Australians a bit of a challenge. He's given out there. He's given out as Noel Ford. He's gone to cut the hat, Austin. Second ball of his innings. He's nicked it. And again, I think that's exactly what you just said, Rash. That bounce is a little bit higher than Anton expected. It's gone straight through into Claude Orlando's gloves.
Well, 2 wickets in the over for Tony Panicasio. Yeah, it bounced. It was just a quicker delivery from him as well. Fifth wicket. Loss for the chairman's 11. $71 for 5.
Was a lonely old trudge back to the clubhouse for Anton, wasn't it? He didn't look very impressed himself there. I think he's saying he's just faced a fantastic ball from TP, which we know he's capable of. And time to see the skipper, Nigel Moore, Warwickshire. Normally known for his bowling, but let's see if he can do something with the bat here and get this chairman's 11 back in the game. At the moment, Rob Austin, the Gloucestershire fellas, watching them drop like flies, unfortunately. Someone's got to stay with him for a bit and put up a bit of a fight against this Australian attack. That's a fantastic over by TP. 2 wickets in the over. Again, once again, like he so often does, dragging inside back into this game with some superb bowling. With that run rate climbing, that really does apply the pressure to this chairman's 11. $71 for 5. 21 overs down. I was just saying to Rash how cloudy it's got over here now. From bright blue skies you would have seen on our pictures earlier, there's quite a lot of grey cloud out there now. And think the Aussies can smell blood. Well, I don't know if there's any selectors here today, Rash, but if someone say Rob Austin against this Australian out, it puts in a good innings, has a real, when everyone crumbles round him, he maybe, let's say, knocks up a 50 plus. Does that get him up into the Lions? Does that get him a game? Do they ever look at him? If you have a good innings, it must put you on the map.
Yes, I think I said earlier in the broadcast, mate, it's an opportunity for these players. Look, they're good county players. They've been picked because they're good county players. They're not currently in the setup, although Nigel Moore is, of course, but it gives you an opportunity. And as you heard Mark Eames say, look, senior players, injuries are part of the game, and loss of form, availability, all these things. So if you can put on a good show, puts you in the shop window, and obviously the series against the USA coming up, maybe an opportunity to rest some players from the England senior side. Ooh. It's going to be difficult to sort of gauge the USA side, really. We saw them in the World Cup in India. England played them in the group stages and won very, very easily. But they are progressing, so it may be an opportunity for the management team to have a look at some players on the fringes and some that they invited to the trial games and maybe didn't get a chance, and obviously for those people in the Lions squad. So interesting, but yeah, you want to do your best, don't you?
Well, I think like any sports team with this kind of squad setup, when you've got people right behind you, it inspires you to keep up the hard work, keep trying. If there's someone just in the wings waiting to take your place, you've got to be on top of your game just to keep your spot in the side. As again, TP has a little bit of a reshuffle here of the field. Long off and long on, way back by the sight screen. So he's obviously expecting Austin to he's a shadow reverse sweeping. That's a bit of a bluff, isn't it? I love it. Bit of mind games going out there between TP and Austin. Fantastic stuff.
He's rattling through his overs, is Tony Panicasio. Oh, beaten. The bell's off in a flash by Claude Orlando.
I was just going to say on that second delivery, and he skipped down the wicket by two. He hasn't. Oh, he's in. He hasn't not out. Dangerous game against Claude Orlando, stood there. The first one, he stepped out and just prodded the ball back. With the speed of Claude Alana, that's a dangerous game. You've only got to miss one like that, and it's good night, Vienna.
Well, I made an over from Panicasio and 6 deliveries, all of them different. Variations in pace and flight, and then got a good one to end the over. Paul Matthews, he's going to continue from the scoreboard end, 72 for 5. His chairman's 11. Nigel Moore, skipper for the day. A very proud moment for him, of course.
Again, Rash, a very attacking field, isn't it? 3 on the leg side, maybe 4. Really trusting the bowling here of the Aussie players. He throws another one down, just prodded away. Taking a nice little single there by Nigel Moore. Getting Rob Austin onto strike. See if you can get this run rate up and score a few boundaries. You see straight away all those fielders drop back. I guess you'd do that just for the higher rated batsman, would you? There's more chance of him getting one away.
Well, he's shown the Aussie skipper Peter Judd that he's prepared to use his feet, and he's gone over the top a couple of times, hence the fielders out at long on and long off, and at deep mid wicket as well.
And exactly what you said earlier, actually, they just seem to bowl to their fields, don't they? Whatever field they set, they just seem capable of bowling to it, and no, that's a long hop. He's just offered it up far too long in length for... Oh, great fielding there. Fantastic diving fielding there to stop a certain boundary there.
Yeah, John Adamson out there. And the 2 Aussie stumpers, but not done in the gloves today. Great bit of work running to his left, diving to prevent the boundary. End of that, Matthews over. $75 for 5 here then at Oakamoor Cricket Club. 24 overs gone. 234 the target. It will be Panicasio to continue from the football pitch end.
I guess they've not got the luxury, as we've spoke about before, when you have some dangerous prominent bowlers on, Rash, where you can kind of just defend the ball and just wait till the batsman's bowled himself out. With this run rate, they haven't really got that luxury, just as Chairman 11 survives a run-out appeal. I do think he was home. They've not got the luxury, have they, of batting kind of 3, 4, 5 steady overs till TP's bowled out. With the way this run rate's going, they've got to get on with it.
Yeah, look, first and foremost, he's a very difficult bowler to get away at the best of times. You've got 5 wickets down, chasing a big score. At some point, you have to make a decision. You either right, we're just going to play him out regardless, and then we'll take his chances with whoever else comes on. We'll try and have a go at them, or you go after him. And Rob Austin's gone after him. A big hoik into the leg side. Doug Murphy does the fielding. 2 more. Mix up here. Oh dear. Well, that's the skipper, Nigel Moore. With Doug Murphy out in the deep. The shout from all the Australians was bowler, 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 bowler. And it was thrown there. I don't know whether it was Nigel Moore's call or Austin's call, I don't know. But Austin wasn't moving from the bowler's end, and Nigel Moore was just about to shake his hand at the other end and had the simple task. Panicasio throwing to Claude Orlando, gathered cleanly, stumps off. The Chairman's 11 lose another wicket, and it's Nigel Moore run out for 2.
Absolute shambles is all I can say to that, Rash. I mean, absolute shambles. We were in the shambles a couple of weeks ago when we were visiting York, but that was shambolic. I mean, at this stage, it's just suicide, isn't it? They've almost tricked him into it, because when they shouted bowler, 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 Austin went back, but, you know, Nigel Moore was nearly at that end. And then he turned and went back. He had no chance of beating the throw. Just terrible, terrible. Not doing themselves any favours after such a bright start to the game. They've shot themselves in the foot a little bit. But again, it's the pressure, isn't it? You talked about it. The tight Australian bowling, the tight Australian fielding. They've just always got their foot on your neck.
Yeah, good old foot on your neck. Yeah, I feel sorry for Nigel Moore. It's obviously it's not a nice way to get out, but a total communication failure between him and his batting partner. It's hard to say who was at fault initially, actually, because we were concentrating so much on what Doug Murphy was doing, running round to the right. But every single Australian player was going bowler, bowler, bowler. So I don't know. Anyway, Nigel Moore run out for 2. 79 for 6 then. Umpire Howard just signalling that first delivery from Paul Matthews as a wide. Just waiting for confirmation from the scorers.
I mean, that's how disciplined they've been. I'm sure that isn't the first wide, but there hasn't been many this innings. I know there was one down the leg side, I think I remember, but that one from... oh, he's gone for a swing, that. Very brave. Straight back over the bowler. That's a long on. Just the single run. Yeah, they've been very disciplined. Not been many wides and extras, and that's the Aussies in the field summed up, really.
Yeah, just a 3, I think, Matt. A few more leg byes, 4 or 5, I seem to think. So, yeah, not many. think that's Ian Golder out there. 2 big swings.
2 big misses. He did say he was an all-rounder when I met him this morning. He was the only one right. The rest of his team said he's a bowler, but he did say he's an all-rounder. So obviously fancies himself as a bit of a bat, but not on those first 2 swishes. He just seems to be turning this away from him every time. They're just moving away and not picking up the line at all. Obviously feels he's got to go for it. He's coming with that attitude, judging by the 3 big swings he's had. End of the 25th over, 81 for 6. Just turning into one of those fizzle-out games it feels at the moment, Rash. The Chairman's 11 don't really have a reply at the moment.
No, they don't. Obviously, the 2 early wickets hampered them, but good rebuilding by Page and Austin. And then the 2 quick wickets. And the run out of Nigel Moore stopped them in the track somewhat. And once these Australians sense that they've got you on the ropes, they're very unlikely to let up.
That's 4 runs. That's a fantastic shot. Just the ball before that, I just thought the Chairman's 11 might not be having a lot of fun, but Tony Panacassia has really enjoyed himself out there, isn't he? He's got a big smile on his face. He's enjoying this challenge, just as Ian Golder sent that one for a boundary, which he obviously won't enjoy.
So end of that Tony Panacasio over. 27 gone here at Oakamoor Cricket Club. The England Chairman's 11 reached 86 for 6.
With brave again. Bit of quick maths there, Rash. That's just ticked it to over 8 and over. 8.16 and over. So let's get into that region where it's hard work. Not that it wasn't hard work anyway. But certainly Ian Golder looks like he fancies a swing at this and a chase. And Rob Austin's obviously in good touch. He's still out there. Been out there from very early on with those 2 early wickets. That's a big hit. That's a big hit. He's going to have a swing here. That's 4 runs for Ian Golder. He's not going to go down thinking, is he?
No, he may not have been telling porky pies when he said he was an all-rounder. A lusty blow to the leg side. Back in my day when I was playing, they would have called that agricultural.
Nowadays, that makes you a good T20 player.
Yeah.
My only worry with this and this quality Australian lineup is, you know, you can do that for 3 balls. It just takes that one good delivery, and you're either stumped by Claude or bowled by Matthews. So made Peter Judd think though. He's had a little rearrange. Someone's come out. What'll this be? Deep cover. He's moved 3 out to the boundary there now. If he thinks, well, if you fancy a swing, Ian, find the gaps. And I don't want to bring back bad memories for Owen, but the only gap is straight at us here. Oh, prods it back very sensibly after that field move. So what we got there? Rash, long on, long off. What's this guy here on the side going to be called? What, deep cover?
Yeah, you've got it's a very, very wide sort of mid wicket, right on the boundary. You've got Doug Murphy right on the boundary here in front of us at deep square leg.
There's a big gap, isn't there, between him and the deep cover mid wicket?
You've got Peter O'Reilly. He's on the 45 on the leg side, just inside the circle.
Getting a lot of trust in the bowling, because what's that? That's a 7-3 field, 6-3 field, is it? There's only 3 out that side. Oh, I suppose you've got long off out there as well. Oh, that's the one I meant. Missed it and bowled. He went for a big swing, and fair play. He was over pit. It was a lot. That was a full length, that was. And he's had a big swing at it there. Ian Golder totally missed it and straight into his stumps. They kind of went for that, didn't they? You swing, you miss, I'll hit. Once you put the fielders back, gives us an opportunity to say England's sponsors are Stonehill Sporter Tours, Envy, Play, MacTech, The Jube, and Clean Clad. We know in elite sport, recovery is everything, and that includes clean, hygienic environment. Clean Clad panels provide 24/7 antimicrobial. You'll get it wrong one side of time today. Protection that helps teams stay healthy and focused. That's from Clean Clad, one of the England's main sponsors. And Australia are backed by Global Travel Management, Kingsgrove Sports, Exotic Cricket Tours, International, Sullivan's Flooring, and National Tiles. And as we always say, these things wouldn't happen without those people providing some funds to help it happen and give us this fantastic display of cricket. As batsman number 9 comes out to the wicket, and it's all looking a bit ominous now. Young Rash, I mean, fair play to Ian Goldie. He had a go at that, just missed that good ball I was talking about.
Yeah, it's bright and breezy from Ian Golder. But it was a fuller, straighter delivery from Matthews. And Golder was always going to have a swing. And he missed. Matthews hit.
I mean, we could read the game plan from here. Rash, was that a bit naive? I mean, he just lured him in, didn't he? Especially with that fuller delivery. I thought he just sucked him into the trap and he fell for it, hook, line and sinker.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, Peter Judd made a big show of moving those fielders, but he also had a word with Matthews. Well, lucky Doug Murphy, unable to prevent that boundary. Well, Matt Evans just making way. I'm delighted to... well, maybe delighted is not the right word.
Thank you.
Jeremy Page. Jeremy, thanks for joining us.
No problem.
Well, you looked in good nick, sir.
Yeah, just managed to get run out in the most unusual fashion, but there we go. Not the first time.
No, it was a tremendously unlucky way to get out. But as I said, you looked in good touch, you and Rob Austin out there. We've been asking a lot of the Chairman's 11 players have come to talk to us during the course of the day. What was it like to receive the phone call to say that you've been selected to play in this fixture?
Yeah, that was quite an honour, really. We're hoping to get into the side, and was really well chuffed to get the call. It helped that I knew a few of the other guys as well. I saw the team, and that's always nice, isn't it?
It is. And you're going well this season as well. Right?
Yeah.
You seem to do every single season. You're up there in the considerations for honours.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I think after 50 years, I think you got the hang of it.
It's a tough group that you're in the county championship.
Yeah, but if you followed Bedfordshire cricket, we're getting stronger, and we've got good hopes for the next couple of seasons. You know, we've got some really good players coming through, and yeah, we're enjoying our cricket. We say we're the best club side in the county championship.
Well, very competitive, but this step up for this fixture, and you've played for a long time, Jeremy. I'm sure you won't mind me saying it. So, what's your impressions of these Australians?
Well, I think they're a very well-oiled outfit, aren't they? I mean, they're all pretty fit. And I've been hearing that they're playing a game every 3 days with only 16 players. I think that's impressive. If you said that to most of our players, they'd say, well, I've got a game off next week. I've got to walk the dog.
Well, this is their fourth game this week.
Yeah,
they played on Monday, the second one-day international, and then back-to-back Wednesday and Thursday in very, very hot conditions. So,
well, it's probably colder for them over here.
It is. It certainly is. But it just shows their fitness and stamina.
Yeah, I think that's the difference, isn't it? I mean, we are playing the national side, and they've all put the effort in and kept themselves fit.
Have you managed to catch any of the England games and the England's Langs games against these Australians?
No, I haven't managed to. I've been obviously playing on a Tuesday in the county championship and following a golf ball around a golf course quite a lot.
Tremendous. Well, you certainly have the weather for it. There's stroke to 8. Very nicely indeed. As my laptop is just going on a go slow at the moment.
Oh dear.
Looks like Chris Baumer, I think. Out there, the red hat. From Northamptonshire, that's very nicely played. Well, dropped a touch short by Matthews.
Yeah, Chris was struggling when in his first spell today. He was struggling on this run-up, coming up the hill. And then he changed the end, and then all of a sudden his action came in again. And he's a pretty fine bowler. So.
It is quite a noticeable slope as well.
You can see it now,
you can
can't
see,
you, from
yeah. But that was nicely dispatched. So back-to-back boundaries for Baumer. I think, yes, I was just waiting for the signal from umpire Clive Howard. It is a wide, down the leg side. One more to the total then. We've been asking the people who have come and very kindly given their time, Jeremy, the growth of seniors cricket. It really is staggering what's happened over the last few years.
Yeah, more and more people are still keeping on playing past 50. I think you look at the 50s group and the number of players that are playing in each team and how many 11s are being run. So in 4 or 5 years' time, 60s cricket will get better and better, because there's more players. It's just simply that.
Yep, the quality goes up each year. And how difficult is that then for counties to manage? I mean, it is difficult running a number of teams. I know there are some counties, big, well-established counties, let's put it that way, that can run four teams.
Yeah, well, we play with Essex, obviously, and they were telling us 480 clubs to get their players from. So if you get one player from each club...
Yeah.
Whereas I think in Bedfordshire we're lucky if we've got 50 clubs. So no, there's probably a few more than that. But it certainly makes it more difficult for the smaller counties.
But it is progressing, like we say, and having marquee series against the Australians certainly helps, because we've had really good viewing figures on the England Over 60s YouTube channel.
Yeah.
As you say, it's just people probably a few years ago might have got to the end of their club career and thought, well, that's it for me. They have got a pathway now, 40s, 50s, especially, as you said, do you know what I mean? Then into the 60s, that you can still play a very, very good standard of cricket, and if you're lucky, get nominated by your county, go to the trials, and you can be selected to play against Australia.
Yeah, that's a great honour, So more and more people should take the opportunity if they're given it.
So back to you, Jeremy, your local club. You want to give them a shout out?
Well, my club is Luton Town and Indians. You might have heard of them. They're going through a rebuilding patch, I think you'd say. But they're a fine club, a lovely ground. I don't know if you've ever been there. Wardown Park in Luton.
No, I haven't.
It used to be a second outground for Northants. So the wicket was in its prime was outstanding, and the outfield, it's just like playing on a carpet. Yeah. So it was a proper ground, and more and more children are playing in the Colts 11s, and so you notice that the age group of the first 11 is now like average age 21, 22. Yeah. Which is great. Proper cricket by the youngsters, and the older guys are in the 2s or the 3s, bringing the other ones on. So that's good.
What do you think has been the biggest change that you've seen over the last few years in terms of those youngsters? Because the grounds I go around, and when I talk to people, they say, well, they're not bothered about Test cricket. It's all IPL. It's all bash, bash, bash. And some of the fundamentals and crusty old people like me, that time's passed. There has been a significant shift. I'm not sure it's always for the right reasons, but have you noticed it, seeing how the youngsters...
Well, it's the way they're coached, isn't it? And they're coached to actually enjoy it and to hit the ball. So that's the first thing. Hit the ball as hard as you can, wherever you can, score your runs. And if you get out, okay, well, you've got to get another go soon, so that's fine. But enjoy it. And perhaps the old coaching method, start off with defence, don't let it get past you. Perhaps that's outdated now. And but it has heightened the game, obviously, because if you're not in, you're out.
Yeah, no, it's a good point.
So there are times when attacking is the best option, but there are other times where you've got an outstanding bowler against yourself that you perhaps to rein it in a bit. So, but I mean, they seem to get on well with it, so they're not disappointed if they lose. They've played their best, and so I think they enjoy it. I think that's the thing. You see kids come back and they're smiling. That's the best thing, isn't it?
Well, that's it. We want to see as many.
Anything you do, if you smile, if you've got a smile on your face, that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to see more kids playing cricket. So the drinks break just completed here. Tony Panicasio then from the football pitch end to Rob Austin. Just plays that back down the pitch. He's currently on 45 not out. Chris Bauer, his batting partner, is on 8 not out. 107 for 7. Does your local club have live streaming then, Jeremy? Is there a stream on a Saturday or a...
No, but there are 1 or 2 clubs in Bedfordshire that do. Flitwick is one, so yeah. I think it's better to come down and watch, isn't it? It's better for the club rather than sit at home and.
Yes, I think it's more people who maybe have associations with their local club are no longer living in the local area and they still want to.
That's true.
Catch on, but yeah, always get yourself down to your local cricket club. Absolutely.
You never know what you might find.
You never know. Yes.
I must say, the organisation here today has been fantastic.
Yes, they really do look after us incredibly well here at Oakamoor. It's a fantastic club. Everybody gets
setting.
involved.
What a
yeah,
setting.
It's superb. And we've had a really nice day with the weather as well. Still plenty of people here. So what's the week coming up look like for you, Jeremy? Who have you got in the championship on Tuesday?
We've got Suffolk. Suffolk third in the league. We always have a good game against them. So, well, we've got them at Dunstable. So hopefully we'll prevail. This year we've managed to secure Dunstable as our home ground, and it's worthy of county level.
Yeah.
So yeah, we all love playing there. Well organised. The groundsman looks after us.
So Paul Matthews, he's going to continue from the scoreboard end. Some changes been made to the field. John Adamson, who did the fielding on the previous delivery, being brought in. The edge of the circle on the offside. And Alan Muggleton pushed out to the long on boundary. Or long off boundary, sorry. So at the end of that, Paul Matthews over. Score's moved on to 112 for 7. Jeremy Page alongside me from Bedfordshire. Very unlucky to be dismissed today. But we were talking Mark Eames earlier on, Jeremy, and he was saying how difficult it is sometimes when you come together as a team like this to gel, and because you may know a few people, like you've alluded to, but a lot of your teammates you're meeting for the first time. It is difficult, isn't it? You're coming together for that one game.
Especially at our age, remembering all the names, you know. but I think everybody's got their names right today, so... yeah, don't ask us what their names are in a week's time. No, I think, especially in fielding positions, you know, people field in same places at home, and you've got two people who want to field the same place. Yeah. Nigel was saying he had 5 opening bats and 5 opening bowlers, so somebody was going to miss out.
Yeah. That's what I was sort of hoping you would say, but Alan Muggleton, he replaces Tony Panicasio from the football pitch end. Panicasio, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 34. That's a wide. Yeah, umpire forward.
I think they've been pretty fair on the wides. Quite often there's a lot of debate on the leg side wide, but they've been pretty consistent. So,
Well, as a player, I would suspect that that's exactly what you want.
yeah, just consistency.
Well, Matt Evans will be rejoining us at the end of this over. Austin just play that down the ground. One more to him then. Yeah. 48. He moves on to his batted very well, hasn't he?
Yes, he was a bit nervy early on. He edged one through the slips, but as he said, it was, you know, he found the gap.
He did that. Absolutely flew past Claude Orlando. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Yeah, I think the slower you bowl it, the less it bounces.
All along the Chris Bell was looking. Look at him, he's looking down at his feet. He's looking down at the pitch.
Oh dear.
Anyway, Jeremy, it's been a real pleasure talking to you. Good luck for the rest of the season, and I know come the end of the season, I'm sure you'll be right at the top of the leaderboard.
Well, as long as we win, I don't really mind how many we get, you know.
Super stuff. Jeremy Page.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So as Jeremy leaves us, a big thank you to him. Matt Evans rejoins us. It's a change at the scoreboard end. Peter O'Reilly.
Obviously looks like a bit of spin. Peter O'Reilly. Saw him in the warm-up actually. He was at the lunch. Getting a lot of turn on the ball. Granted, not on the wicket they're using, but some nice insight there from young Jeremy. Did you ask him about the injury? Did you have anything to say about it?
I didn't, Matt. I didn't like to ask.
I thought with the ice pack on his thigh, you might have
Well, I
mentioned
saw where the ice pack was, and it did cross my mind, but
was it looking a bit middle stump? Was it? If it was, he's a very lucky boy. Oh, I thought he left that too late. And these are obviously trying to get Rob Austin on strike as often as they can, quite rightly so, because he's in good touch. One away from his 50, which I think will be one of the hardest earned 50s we've seen this summer. With his teammates falling all around him, he's stuck around. Ooh. Comes in mind from Ivers ends and gets there for the single to give himself 50, and that's a great knock at a time when he was walking off to retire there.
Get back on.
You haven't got that luxury, mate. Stay out there. You thought he was retiring at 50. It's only the Aussies that do that. Brilliant. I like the attitude. He thought his job was done there.
Good knock from him. Been a fine player for a number of years. That's a very, very strong Gloucester unit.
Yeah, he's been a calming presence, hasn't he? As everyone's falling around him, it's the batsman you wanted just staying in there and not getting out to a silly ball or silly run out or anything like that.
Well, he was batting beautifully with Jeremy Page. Well, just smashed one straight back that tipped Matthew's finger.
You must have asked Pagey about that, getting out that way. He must have been a bit bitter about that.
Yeah, these things happen. Good to talk to him. Very philosophical. So 34 overs gone here at Oakamoor Cricket Club. It's Chairman's 11 versus Australia. Australia batting first and scoring 233 off their 45 overs. It was a good performance by the Chairman's 11 to limit the Australian batting unit to 233. And in reply, well, they were in a hole very early on. 7 for 2 at one point as Austin comes down the wicket. Is it straight out to Tony Panicasio, who's doing the fielding at long on. One more to him then, one more to the total. But flurry of wickets. They went from 67 for 2 to 67 for 3, 71 for 4, 71 for 5, 79 for 6. That's any real hopes that they had of chasing down that total probably disappeared, but you never know.
So Alan Muggleton as steady as ever from that football pitch end. And again, kind of highlights the strength and depth of this Australian squad. He was one of the main bowlers at a previous game this summer, and he's come in here as kind of number 4 or 5th bowler just to give everyone a chance. And he bowled superbly, had a great economy rate. Looks like one of those awkward bowlers to bat against. Produces different stuff a lot. That's in the air. Just dropped short of Tony Panicasio, who's thrown it in very sharp. They've only got a single out. That was great fielding by the Australians. Getting that non-batsman on strike is their idea, I suppose. Get him facing as often as they can. Just going to wait to the end of this over, Rash, and see what the run rate's going to be for the last 10.
Yeah, Alan Middleton, I think it was 4 wickets he took on Wednesday, wasn't it, Matt, at Loughborough?
Yeah, it was 4 in the end, wasn't it? But it's a really, again, economical spell. So that's the end of the 35th. It's 11.2 runs required per over, Rash. So, not impossible. But a big arse against this Australian attack. I think if there was another batsman out there with Rob Austin a bit further up the order, if Ian Golder had stuck around, or in fact, if Jeremy Page had not been so unlucky to get out, they might have had a bit more of a chance. But it's been done before.
Yes, Austin and Page 60-run partnership there. They were going along very nicely indeed. But as I said a few minutes ago, the wheels just sort of came off. Quick wickets. Losing 3 wickets for 12 runs. Oh, sorry, 4 wickets for just the addition of 12 runs.
Between the batsman and the bowler on the field, I think they changed their mind about 13 times there. Run, don't run, I've got it, you've got it. There's a few fielders drop back here. I just wonder whether they're going for the same tactic with the previous spin bowlers. It just, come and hit me. Tempt him into it. Hopefully he's got a bit more discipline than that for the sake of the chairman's 11. Gone for a swing, he's missed it. Oh, Boston's taken the strike. Which is what they'll be trying to do, the back end of this over. Leg bye is obviously signalled by umpire Clive Howard. It's just gone a bit quiet around the ground here, apart from a bunch of cackling women enjoying the Prosecco or rosé in the crowd. Like all the locals around have enjoyed the day immensely. It's been a fantastic day. Just with this dominant display by the Australians, it's kind of squashed any chance of the chairman's 11 getting a victory. As Austin takes the single. Gets him off strike, which is the worry. Banana Brooks, if you just missed it, Banana Brooks, they're 122 for 7 after 35 overs. This is the 36th over you're watching. And yeah, we saw there's a bit of a fight back there from England. 58 for 4 at the close of play for India, so I know what I should be doing tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. After this enthralling game, I should be watching the Lords finish up.
Yes, that match at Lords. to be a cracking final day.
In true British style, Rush, we'll probably wake up to rain tomorrow morning, won't we? Discover a fantastic finish in the Test match. So again, a bit of a attempt here, I think, from Muggleton. Or Muggo, as his teammates call him. They've got people back on the boundary. They've got Rob Austin on strike, so they think he's going to have a swing at it. Again, long on and long off. And that deep, wide mid-wicket position on the onside here. And then kind of 6 attacking fielders on the circle at the moment. He's popped one up, he's had a swing, he's gone out, he's driven it along the ground, shy of the stumps. No, well wide there for that opportunity. I'm not sure I'd be taking those singles, would you, Rush, at the moment, this stage of the game? With, well, I mean, he's proven okay at the moment, the batsman. The other end doesn't look like the top order batsman. Would you just be trying to hit boundaries, or is that a negative way to look at it?
That looked well behind the rate, Matt, so you take any runs that you can, I would have thought. You know, what you're hoping for is try and rotate the strike and maybe 4 singles, and if you get a bad delivery, put it away, and there you've got 8 off the over. Take what you're given.
I think the sales of Princess Fuel have been going well behind the bar today. That's what we call Prosecco down in Cheltenham, Rush, Princess Fuel. Yeah, fill in with that, then they're off. Again, nice shot along the ground there from Rob Austin. Again, superbly fielded by Australia, just allowing the single. And at this rate, Rash, they can do that all day long, can't they? They'll let them have a single every ball. That's not going to get the job done, so probably why a lot more fielders are dropping back here, just looking for the catch. I wouldn't be surprised if Mugger doesn't get on a turn in a bit and take a wicket. That's what he did for his 4. That's a great shot there from a lower order batsman. So that number 9 batsman's just driven that straight through covers for 4. Superb.
Well, Chris Baumer, yeah. Northants, his county, Chris. Very nicely played off the back foot, just punched it through the cover area for 4. 132 for 7.
I thought that was a bail I saw flying in there as the ball. That's just bounced off Claude, has it? I thought that was a bail I saw flying through there. He's had a, having praised him, Chris Baumer has had a big swing and a miss. The ball smacked Claude Orlando in the chest, popped up and got me all confused. That's end of the over. That's 37 down, I think. 132 for 7. And again, like we say, it's not helping the run rate any, but when you've got so few wickets in hand, it's hard. Hard to do a lot else in this stage, but still plugging away. We've said that before a couple of times at the end of innings. Rash, those ones offered up there at full toss have got to be put away, haven't they? It's just hit straight to the fielder. You've got to be finding the gaps there if you're going to get anywhere near this 2-3-3 and surpass it. Oh, that's well in front of him that was played, wasn't it? That's not in the coaching manual. Feet glued to the floor there.
Yeah, he was in a... I'm going to be kind and say 2 minds to Chris Baumer there, but I think it was actually 7 from the time the ball reached him. Well, there's the gap this time. Chase for Tony Panacasio. 2 more to the total. So wide signalled.
Lovely shot. They're just stopped on the boundary for 4. They've got a couple of runs out of it. He's had a lot of involvement in this game, hasn't he? Peter O'Reilly. 2 spells of batting when they ran out of wickets and pops him back in, and a good old bowling spell now. He comes in once again from the scoreboard end. A few wasp troubles here. I was just chased by one, and Benny's been chased by one on the camera. That's under the 38th over. England, 4th time lucky. Who's playing? Where are we? Chairman's 11. 138 for 7. Been a long day, Rash. Apologies. That was in the air for a long time, that drive.
Yes, just for a minute Stephen Butler was interested. Just a bit too wide for him to get his hands to it. 1 more to Rob Austin then.
Yeah, that unusual support you can hear around the ground. The Australians geeing each other up, trying to get this over the line. It's a full toss one. That's a great shot again by Chris Bowman. Driven out past the bowler there. To a wide, long offish. Getting Rob Austin on strike again. It's a really workmanlike performance this. He's up to 57 already and just going about his job. Adding runs to his total. Oh, that dangerous one. I don't like those when they skip down. Claude Orlando's so efficient behind those stumps. You've only got to miss it and you're in big trouble. Smashed it past the bowler, straight towards the sight screens. Great fielding out there. Doug Murphy sliding to stop that. Absolutely superb. Makes up for his little misfield earlier. Team clapping him all round. Great support for each other again. Couple of little misfields out there for the Australians. Peter O'Reilly comes in again, 141 for 7. 40th over, I believe, so we've got 5 to go after this one. It's gone big, it's going to be safe, landed in the gap. It's going to go for 4. It has gone for 4. Right through the gap there between the two deep fielders. He's putting on the show here, this number 9 batsman. Going to be second highest scorer soon, isn't he, I think? Yeah, Jeremy Page made 30. And then obviously top scorer is Gloucestershire-based Rob Austin. I think that probably puts Chris Bowman onto 28 when the scoreboard updates. At 4. O'Reilly comes in again from the scoreboard end. Chris Bowman facing, has a swipe at it. One of the few miss hits from him there. Furious with himself as he walks away and has a word. Play that drive or cut shot out there and just let it slide by the edge of his bat. Can't be doing that too often against these Australians. Oh, he's just chipped that out there, but that's going to be a single. Tony Panicasio chasing that one. Oh, and they've let him run 2 there. Very un-Australian fielding that, Rash, letting them get back for that second one so easily with no pressure.
Yeah, just a slight fumble from Tony Panicasio.
Brilliant last delivery by Peter O'Reilly there, just going whizzing past the outside edge of Chris Bowman's bat. And that ticks us over to the 40 overs. 59, Rob Austin. Great innings under trying circumstances with wickets falling all round him. I think Rash was saying 4 wickets fell for just 12 runs mid-innings, which is never easy. And you've now got Chris Bowman on 30, so he's equal second top scorer with Jeremy Page, which is a fantastic effort for batsman number 9. And we've still got Muggleton's going to come in here from the football pitch end with Rob Austin on strike. Getting a bit of a fumble there in the field by Australia, not like them. Brave called by Rob Austin, going for the single. Got through in the end, no problems. That's a dot ball and a single. It's 40th over for Alan Muggleton. Chris Bowman facing, just drives it out there, totally mistimes it. Very annoyed with himself. That was kind of a one he should have put away there, and he just mishit it completely. Straight to mid-off as Muggleton comes in. Once again, cracking spell the other day, as we talked about earlier, of bowling. That's just fended back for another dot ball. Run rate kind of irrelevant now, I think, Rash. Talking up near the 20s, I think, now for this to happen. Cut away for a single there, last ball of the over. So that takes the scoreboard to the 150 for the chairman's 11. 41 overs gone. 7 wickets down. You got Rob Austin on 60. Chris Bowman on 31. Giving him second top score at the moment. And there's the scoreboard for you there. Long way to go as Teddy Beck stands, hands on hips. And the game's just fizzled out a little bit here at the end of the day after such a promising start for the chairman's 11 with their fielding performance.
Looking ahead to Friday, though, Matt, that third one-day international. What have you seen from the Australians this week that you think, oh, you know, England can capitalise on that? Is there anything that's stood out to you, or has it just been very, very professional performances? Apart from, obviously, the game on Monday, which, having lost the toss on a green top, was always going to be difficult.
Yeah, that one, I think we all know that was down to the wicket and the toss win. And the only thing I'd pick out this afternoon is a little bit sloppy in the field now. What they've been away from home for now, 3 weeks, you know. Having travelled away for golf and been away from home for long periods of time, it does get you. It's not easy. They're playing a lot of cricket as well. And they've got another game between now and Friday, so, you know, our boys are at home resting out, watching the telly, having their Sunday roasts, as we traditionally do in England. So maybe just it might be taking a toll. I do think, though, sometimes these games are not practice games for the Aussies. That's a bit unfair to say, but there is a slightly different air about them when it is an ODI for the Grey Ashes. They do look more up for it, more going for the win and the jugular. You can only play what's in front of you, can't you? You know, they said they were just surprised today by the lack of speed in the wicket. A couple of low bounces. That's kind of what caught a couple of their batsmen out. And I think they'll be well up for it. I just think England have got up their fielding game. You know, you watch the Aussies, and even today, the chairman's 11, they were on everything. They were picking everything up. They were chasing everything down. They didn't think one chance was put down in the whole 45 overs. I think the England team can learn a lot from that. Not that you do these things on purpose, but you've just got to be at the races, you know. And game management in the batting for me, a couple of times. Those silly shots when, you know, don't panic, it's not over, you could just play yourself. till a bowler disappears that maybe you're struggling with. A bit of game management in that sense would be the only couple of things, but it's a quality outfit you're playing against, as you know, Rash, and it's going to be a tough task, whatever.
Well, I think we saw the resilience of the Australian side a couple of days after that defeat at Fairburn in the second one-day international. They came out at what I have to say was one of the best batting tracks I think I've seen in a long, long time at Loughborough University. And all the top order really got in, didn't they? A lot of retiring after about 30 odd balls, but like Graham Pavey, Glenn Pearce. Claude Orlando all looked in good nick. And they followed that up the next day with a pretty good batting performance at Stratford-upon-Avon. You know, chasing down 266 and doing it in relative comfort, I've got to say, in the end. Yeah, my only observation from today, having covered the 4 games this week, they're just looking a bit fatigued, and that's understandable. 4 games in a week is difficult. Got to travel down to Wales as well, but listen, I agree with you. Come Friday, for that third one-day international, they'll be revved up and ready to go.
Catch. He absolutely nailed that, and that's been... Who caught that? Pete Butler. Steve Butler just snaffled that up. He drove that so well, and that's such a shame for Rob Austin to get out after today's performance, but he can be proud of his 64.
I hate you, Butler. Well, what a catch that was. Rob Austin raises his bat. It's a warm round of applause from the large crowd here. 64. Caught by Stephen Butler.
This is Graham Taylor coming in now, who saves at number 10. Didn't fancy his chances. He was hoping he wasn't going to have to bat. He thought the boys would get the job done beforehand, so not sure how much he's looking forward to that. But yeah, superb knock there from Rob Austin, Rash. Under that pressure of your team crumbling around you, and 160 for 8 now. Chairman's 11, 42 overs. Massive run rate to climb. And you'd think the Aussie boys just want to get this done now and back on the bus for a bit of rest, because as me and Rash have both said, they're just looking a little bit tired this afternoon. Whether that's because it's the end of the week or they've had 4 games, like you say, just a couple of those little fielding mistakes that we haven't seen all tour so far, just creeping in this afternoon, and it's as quiet as I've heard them in the field as well.
Well, I certainly couldn't play 4 games in a week. I certainly couldn't have done back-to-back games, which is what they did Wednesday, Thursday in that heat. Oh, that's absolutely top class from Graham Pavey. Have a look at this, folks.
Superb.
Bouncing ball. Wow. Can't argue with that.
Oh, Graham Taylor didn't have a chance to have a bat, did he, there?
Well, he's got a big smile on his face, look. Well, just as we're saying, they look fatigued. Pavey goes and does something like that. Really was an excellent bit of fielding.
Oh, superb top draw. I mean, he had 2.5 stumps to aim at, but if anyone's ever tried that, that's not easy to do. He shied the stumps there from a good 15 yards. with Graham Taylor running at the non-striker's end.
When you've finished, I'll put a drink behind the bar for you all. No, much appreciated. You've done a super job.
And yeah, just as we were saying, they were looking tired there. Me and Rash, they've pulled one of the best bits of fielding out the back today, just kind of to remind us almost, Rash, what we were just saying. Come Friday, their tails will be up for it. But yeah, Pavey was on that like a whippet.
Well, he's one of the best fielders in this Australian unit. Fitted a butcher's dog. There's not an ounce of fat on him. But it really was a very good bit of fielding. That was a bouncing ball to him. And he gathered it cleanly. And shied at the stumps.
You're not sure where Chris Bowmer bats for Northants, but you'd certainly be looking at nudging him up the order a little bit after this performance. Very hard conditions. He's made 37 off a very good Australian attack as we finish the 43rd over. 160 for 9. Only 74 to get off 2 overs.
Yeah, he's had a good day, has Chris. 3 wickets in that Australian innings. 3 for 47. And 37 out here with the bat.
Yeah, I think a few of these Chairman's 11 can be really proud of their performances. We keep saying it, but certainly this morning, that fielding and bowling innings was, I said at lunchtime, as good as I've seen against this Australian team. Keeping them restricted to 2-3-3. I suppose the class of the Australian bowling's just shone through, and from that last wicket, the class of the fielding as well has just been too much for these Chairman 11 batsmen. Definitely wears his heart on his sleeve, Chris Bowman. Every time he has a swing and a miss, he gives himself a slap on the wrist and berates himself as Peter O'Reilly comes in again. There's a little prod there from Chris. I'm pretty sure he got a bat on that. Wait for the umpire. He's going to signal. No, I got one right there, Rash. Got some pounding. I thought he was going to put his leg up there, and I'll be wrong again on the leg buys, which I'm not very good at spotting, but gets Hugh Rogers. This must be on, no, on strike. Who's the last batsman to come in? I think it's Hugh, isn't it? Duncan Waugh, of course, is the bowler. Warwickshire's finest, Duncan Waugh, facing a couple of balls there at the end of the 44th over from Peter Riley. So one more to go.
Mike Palmer won't be happy you've Warwickshire's finest.
Playing today, of course. So it's going to be Muggleton with the last over of the day. Oh, he's gone for a big step down That's in the air a long time, but good stop there from Tony Panakas. I think just took a little awkward bounce ahead of him there. Just got a hand out to stop it going past him. Single run for Chris Bomer. Another dot ball for Muggleton to come to the end of this final over. What would your summary of the match be there, Ash? Very good effort by the Chairman's 11.
Yeah, they can be proud of their performance, I think, Matt. All in all, the side cobbled together. A few of the players know each other, of course. We heard Jeremy Page say that. But they're up against a very, very good side, and I think, all things being equal, 2:33, they would have been more than happy at half-time. And certainly, skipper for the day, Nigel Moore, would have been happy. Just them 2 early wickets just put the check on things, and but Page and Rob Austin were going along very nicely indeed. And I think if they could have hung around together for a bit, it might have been a bit closer.
Yeah, and such an unfortunate way to get out as well for Page, wasn't it, Rash?
It was. And then obviously losing those 4 wickets for 12 runs. I think any momentum that they had and were gaining was totally squashed then. And from then on in, it's been a bit of a stroll for the Australians. But at least they've made them bowl the 45 overs out. So Australia winning by 71 runs here at Oakamoor. Other players exchanging handshakes out in the middle. And thank you to the 2 umpires. Noel Ford from Australia, Clive Howard, and big thank you to our scorers as well. Roger Bryce from Australia and Kim Burns. And as the players walk off the pitch, exchange handshakes, just a quick thank you to our sponsors. We'll break off, as Matt Evans has got Dave Murphy with him.
You joined me here, end of the game. I'm here with Dave Murphy, the chairman. That was your 11. They've done themselves proud.
They did. I think they all enjoyed it. We got a bit closer than we thought we might at one stage, but they're a good side, and I'd like to think every one of our guys had a good day. I think either they got runs or wickets or catches, so hey, good day.
I mean, the fielding and bowling performance was superb. Me and the lads on the media truck were saying from this summer that's as tight as anyone's kept Australia, so this morning was fantastic.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I think we put them under a bit of pressure, and they had quite a slow start. Bearing in mind they've been scoring closer to 300 and 233, we thought, well, we'll settle for that. So yeah, and that was thanks to a lot of good fielding, and fair play to them.
And you think at the end just the quality of their bowling and fielding just shone through, or did you?
Yeah, they clearly are a very good side. Their fielding was superb, and the control with the ball. There was 6 guys on show there that can all bowl.
But all in all, happy with how the guys
Very happy.
represented you?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just so proud to have been able to have a side represent me as the chairman and put up a good performance. And what a super day we've had.
Yeah, Dave Murphy, I think he's put it right there. A good performance from the chairman's 11. Ran Australia really close. Superb fielding and bowling this morning, and Dave's a happy man.
Well, thanks to Matt Evans and Dave Murphy. And at the conclusion of the game, we'd just like to reiterate our thanks to the England sponsors: Stonehill Sports, Sporter Tours, NV Play, MacTech, The Jube and Cleanclad. Thank you all very, very much for your continued and loyal support. And we mustn't also forget the Australian sponsors: Global Travel Management, Kingsgrove Sports, Exotic Cricket Tours International, Solomon's Flooring and National Tiles. Thank you as well. So, finally wrap up here, can just, as Benny pans round, the Australians as they do post-match, all sitting down, a little debrief. Still plenty of people here. I think my colleagues are going to be covering the England Lions game versus Wales. Is it Wales A, Matt?
Thought it was Wales, but you might be right.
And that's later on in the week. And then, of course, we'll all be together, fingers crossed. Look out for updates on the England Over 60s Facebook page. Hopefully, we can get you some live stream and commentary from the third One Day International at Tame Cricket Club in the Oxfordshire area. That's on Friday. Midday start. So as we wrap up here, a big thank you from myself, Rash Mahmood, to my co-commentator today, Matt Evans, Benny on camera, Nuala in the truck, and of course Ivor Richards. And to everybody at Oakamoor who's made us feel very, very welcome, looked after us fantastically well. We'll see you again, fingers crossed, on Friday. But from me and all the team here, it's goodbye.